Commissioners, we are live.
Today is Wednesday, June 26, 2024. We are here for the Franklin County Commissioners meeting. At this time, I will call the meeting to order and ask that you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Adoption of the current agenda. Do we have any corrections or additions?
We need to make a couple of amendments to the agenda, Mr. Chair. Need amendment immediately following the adoption of this agenda. We need to put an executive session per RCW 42.30.110, Section 1, subsection I, for approximately how long?
I'd say approximately 30 minutes. So that would be at the beginning of the meeting.
For 30 minutes, and then we need to move consent agenda item number 1, move that to regular business.
We can move it to maybe to the end of regular business to not affect the numbering.
Yeah, so that would need to be moved to regular business.
Item number 8.
Item number 8.
Okay.
And as far as I know, the remainder to stay as published.
All right, thank you. Approval of minutes.
So that was a motion to amend that.
I'm sorry.
I second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approval of minutes
So that would move us immediately into executive session right now.
right now. Okay. So at this point, we'll go into an executive session under RCW Code 42.30.110, Section 1, subsection I, for 30 minutes. I'll ask that the Board of Commissioners be present, legal, and do we need the clerk of the board?
No.
No, okay. For approximately 30 minutes, thank you. The time is 9:03.
Can I get those? I was
That door open.
Your life.
Oh, let me open up the door.
Oh, sorry.
Never get to the truth unless we do it.
We're live, correct?
Yes.
9:35. The time is 9:35. We've come out of executive session, and we are going to return back into executive session under RCW Code 4230.110, Section 1, subsection I, for 20 minutes. 5. I'll ask legal be present.
do it consensus.
So, normally I'm the only one doing this, but we got 3 different people that are gonna.
We're live.
What do I doing here? Get it onto the desktop so I can pull mine.
So the time is 10:01. We've come out of executive session with no decisions being made. Approval of warrant registers, weekly and payroll rosters.
Minutes
I'm
first.
sorry, minutes. Approval of minutes.
I have no corrections, additions, or revisions.
No corrections.
All right. Approval of warrant registers.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve salary, clearing payroll, emergency management payroll in the amount of $1,245,956.04, and note it has been signed by 2 members of the auditor's office.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Mr. Chairman, we have a fund expenditure in the amount, I move to approve the fund expenditure in the amount of $627,765.42. And again, it has been reviewed and signed by 2 members of the auditor's office.
Second.
It's been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Mr. Chairman, I have a second fund expenditure, and I move to approve the fund expenditure in the amount of $413,247.39. And again, it has been signed by 2 members of the auditor's office.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. We're here for public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? If so, please state your name and have 3 minutes.
Hello, Commissioners. Glenn R. Stockwell. I just wanted to update you. I met you first on January 4th when Stephen was brought onto the board, pushing the completion of the Columbia Basin project. I met last Sunday with the Spokane County Republican Party, and Jim Walsh was there along with Don Benton and other people, and they've decided to endorse Brian Danzel for Kathy's position. And I spoke with Jim Walsh, and he's going to be delivering my proposal to President Trump at the convention. And I didn't know if any of you might be at the convention, if you would want to participate in that or not. And if you do, if you would kindly let me know, and I'll make those arrangements. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Yes, please come forward, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
David Kleinbach is my name. I'm here about a recent article that was published online in regards to a possible human waste treatment facility that is being proposed to be built in Franklin County. I have a very personal vested interest in this, and that this property directly adjacent to mine, I mean, they physically touch. I guess for me, speaking for my family, my parents could not be here today, and they have a much larger vested interest in this. Speaking for my family, adamantly opposed. And for me, I don't see what we as Franklin County gain by even opening this door. And just purely going off the article, they do not have a permit yet to do this. But I see this, and this is my opinion, I see this as a domino, in that it's Bellingham bringing their human waste, and then Everett, then Renton, then Tacoma, and I'm going worst case scenario, but Franklin County turns into the West Side's toilet, to speak openly. So that's just, I wanted to bring it to your attention and let you know my opinion as a direct neighbor and also a resident of Franklin County since 1975, parents even longer than that. So that's really, I just wanted to bring it to your attention and let you know how I feel about that particular issue. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room for public comment? Is there anyone callers on the line? We have
Caller, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Jake Dorsey, 4522 Moline Lane. Just want to encourage the citizens of Franklin County to please read the Tri-City Herald. There is a lot of stuff going on with the county commission right now and at the county at large, and the only place that you can find out about this stuff unfiltered is the Tri-City Herald. They'll tell you about the criminal investigations of commissioners. They'll tell you about all the allegations of all the other wild stuff that's going on in the county. They're going to tell you as best they can the real reasons why Mike Gonzalez just up and left, gone, like, forget this place. I know the Capitol Press is really popular with the commissioners, and I consider Matthew Weaver a great friend. He does great work. But county government is not his bag. That's the bag of the Herald, and they're carrying it pretty darn well lately. And thank you for your time, and thank you so much.
Any other callers on the line? Anyone else in the room for public comment? Hearing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve consent agenda items 2 and 3, as one has been moved to regular business.
Second.
Been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Public hearings. I will now open the public hearing on Resolution 2024-0119, presented by Jeff Briggs.
And good morning, Board. We are required by statute to hold a public hearing for surplusing property of the county of certain value. So that's the purpose of today's hearing. I have drafted a resolution to that effect if the Board agrees after holding this hearing to declare the property surplus. That resolution would authorize the county treasurer to contract with Booker Auction, who we were in preliminary negotiations with regarding this very property to be auctioned. And so what the public hearing entails is allowing the public an opportunity to comment on the need for the property to be surplused. So at this time, I would ask that any members of the public who have any concerns or comments about this declaration of surplus to come forward and comment. And then once that's concluded, the Board can make a motion to pass the resolution if it so chooses.
Is there anyone in the room for public comment regarding the sale of the horse stalls and the surplus of the property?
Anybody on the phone?
Is there anybody on the phone? All right, hearing none.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of Resolution 2024-0147 as presented. I'm sorry, that was the wrong one. Let me back up. I move for approval of Resolution 2024-0119 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. We got to close the open public meeting first.
Okay. So hearing no public comment, I will now close the public hearing on Resolution 2024-0119.
Mr. Baumann, would you please make that motion again?
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of Resolution 2024-0119 as presented.
I second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to public hearing. I will now open the public hearing on Resolution 2024-01.
Public comment in between there, right there.
That was for the hearing.
Oh, that was for the hearing. Okay. Okay, good deal.
So now open the public hearing on Resolution 2024-0147. Public hearing for Franklin County 6-year Transportation Improvement Program 2025 to 2030, presented by John Christensen.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have a copy of the tip map in the back if anybody wants to grab it and take a look at it. Per RCW 36.81.121 requires counties to prepare and annually update their 6-year Transportation Improvement Program, TIP, pursuant to one or more public hearings, and to file a copy of the adopted TIP with Washington State Department of Transportation and the County Road Administration Board. The TIP is a planning and project management tool for federal, state, and local governments. The TIP represents the county's priority transportation improvements, and all projects listed within the program are eligible for state, federal, and county road funds. The TIP covers the anticipated projects for the next 6 years, regardless of funding source. The purpose of this public hearing is to review the proposed transportation improvement program for Franklin County for 2025 through 2030, and for the Board of Franklin County Commissioners to consider the proposed transportation improvement program and to hear testimony for or against its adoption.
Is there anyone in the room for public comment regarding this issue of 6-year transportation improvement program?
I was just going to ask if we could get that on the screen.
Sorry about that. I should have looked sooner.
While they're working on that, could you kind of tell us the way that you go about making the priority list for this improvement plan?
We look through the county to see what needs to be addressed, and we start building a list from that. Some of them are roads that need to be rehabilitated or just resurfaced, or some are just safety that we look at. You know, if there's higher accident ratings, why is there higher accidents at certain locations versus others? So we kind of go through that process and come up with this list here. And some of them, you know, we're trying to get it to an all-weather road standard too.
Thank you. A few years ago, I believe Franklin County got a grant to put the reflector post up Glade Road and Taylor Flats Road. Can you speak to that a little bit? I was driving the other day and I counted, I think there were 16 in a row that was down, and then there was like 2 up, and then there was a whole bunch down again.
Yeah, that was safety money that we got, and it was a program that we tried, and it did not work very well.
Pretty hard with white equipment.
Yeah.
And so with a grant like that, are we required to maintain it after the fact? Do we need to go back and put those up at the county's expense, or any idea how that works?
That is a good question, and we've never been called on it, so. Yeah, and I think just showing that it didn't work, and it's not going to work on certain roads, and that road it did not work on.
Okay, thank you. And then this transportation improvement plan, is this road surface only, or would it include reflector post and that type of things as well?
We have some safety improvement ones on here. I believe it's there's 4 of them that are safety, and we have some others that are 2R and 3R. So we have a variety.
Safety is identified as HSIP, Improvement Safety Program. BROS is the Bridge Replacement Off System. The ST is a Surface Transportation Program grant, and then of course RAP is the Rural Arterial Program grant. And all these grants have criteria. So anything that's STP has to be placed on a major arterial route. So if you had a local access road, we couldn't use those funds. RAP, they allow us to use both major and minor collector routes. And then, of course, safety and the bridges are as the need of the safety or the bridge, the sufficiency rating.
No further questions, thank you.
So I'm looking here at, and I've been requesting this for safety means, is on Road 68, Taylor Flats, Dent Road, Columbia River Road,
Yeah.
right by Douglas Fruit. I've talked to that landowner, Harvey Shumway. He said he'll give us an easement to put a curved truck access to Dent Road. Is that on the, I don't see it on here.
I believe it's
Number
number
13.
13. Yeah.
Just the trucks are getting jackknifed there. Traffic's backing up. It's getting more congested with cars. This is something we really need to do. Give those trucks access to 82 heading west. And we actually need better than that, but that would be a great start for those trucks to get around that corner for all that produce and stuff that is being produced out there in the blocks.
Yeah, we have it on the list, and all of these, from 13 on down, we're seeking funding that would be available to do something like that.
And then I had a orchardist he cornered me the other day out there. He's driving, they're in the middle of cherry harvest, and Ringgold Road has just been chipped and sealed. All they got's the little reflectors there. And when they're starting their harvest at 3 and 4 in the morning, it's dark, and not through that canyon, they said they're having some close calls. If we can at least get the center line painting done on that to help people stay on their side of the road.
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
Is there anyone in the room for public comment on the 6-year transportation program only? Hearing none, at this point, I will close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of Resolution 2024-0147 as presented.
Second.
It's been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the closed record hearing. At this point, I will open the closed record hearing on Resolution 2024-0146, presented by Derek Bratton.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, this is as stated, this is a request. It's a conditional use permit. Purpose of the permit is to request deviations from the accessory structure.
Will you talk closer to the mic,
I'm
please?
sorry. How's that?
It's not on.
Not on.
The light's on.
Oh.
So this is a request for a deviation from the accessory structure standards in the RC1 zone. The address is 461 John Mullen Trail Road, parcel number 124-300-117. Zoning is rural community 1, rural shoreline development is the comp plan designation, and the property is 1.99 acres. It's east of the Columbia River, south of Alta Lane, west of John Mullen Trail, east and south of South Landing Road, and west of Columbia River Road. So there's two things that they're seeking here. One is to place an accessory structure in the front yard. Whoops. And the second is to deviate from the building height standards. Total structure size is approximately 5,700 square foot. This is the property location. Now, what we got here is South Landing Road. The reality is that road's pretty toast at that point, and it actually terminates farther down. I mean, it just literally just disappears. It doesn't stop. It just kind of goes and just ends. However, it's technically a road, and then there's a lot between that and the shoreline, which is why this property isn't considered a river fronting property. However, if you're standing on the property, you look out, you see the river. So that's kind of why we're here. Plus, like I said, the request for the height deviation. Site picture It's under construction. The house is being built currently, which also generally you have to have your house being built before you'll be able to put in an accessory structure, because an accessory structure has to be an accessory, a secondary use to a primary, the residence. Long story short, they're doing that. So it's not an issue there. This is the proposed site plan. As those hash marks indicate, two things. One, slope. There's also a view easement, meaning nothing over 4 foot can be constructed in this zone to obstruct the view lines. That's part of their CC and Rs. So because of that, he doesn't really have an option to build in the backyard. So that's kind of why we're here, and that's also why we're recommending approval. We did all the proper noticing. Technical agencies, property owners within 1 mile in the Franklin County graphic were notified on the 11th, and then the sign was posted on the property on the 24th of April. And then the SEPA registry for this item is 202-401-488. Then, when we were getting ready to go to the planning commission, there was a change just beforehand. That's when they actually introduced the height change. So that caused a delay. It got bumped back. So we re-noticed for the June planning commission meeting. Everything had to be re-updated. So things, the SEPA registry now is 202-401-488. I'm sorry, 202-401-875 is where the revised SEPA, because it had to be changed to reflect the new design to the structure. So, agency comments needs to comply with the standards of the currently adopted building code. Structures will be fully engineered because the wall heights are over 10 feet. The application will need to follow the provisions of Franklin County Code 17.66040, accessory buildings, Section A1, 3, 4, 7, and D. Now, until such time as an approved fire suppression system or fire hydrant meeting fire flow requirements becomes operational, is located within 500 feet, any existing or future structures placed on the parcel shall follow the provisions of Franklin County Fire Code, Chapter 8.40. This site will be eligible to connect into the Richview water system. However, the Richview water system isn't going to be approved until next year. Our estimates, or not ours, but the applicant's estimates is around April of 25. Because of that, at some point in the future, they may make modifications or connect into that system. That's between the developer and the contracts involved, or they may maintain their well. We don't get involved in those discussions.
So is a fire hydrant required on a almost 2 acre lot?
If you want to maintain what we call the fire setback, so 10 to the side.
Got it.
Those
Understand.
types of things. So there's been discussion with the fire marshal regarding this. The applicant at this current time has the appropriate setback, but should they put an expansion or something on that, they'll have to put in an approved fire suppression system of some sort until such time as that water system is available. There's also talk of running a line just out to them. Again, should that occur and he has the fire hydrant and it's an active fire hydrant, then setbacks will be normal. It's just there's a lot of flux going on in that area because of the timing associated with the Richview. The water system. Approach permit will be required. They've already got that for the site. Any utility extensions, that's already primarily been addressed. Ecology sent their standard if then do this. If you're doing that, then do this letter. And then the health district has approved it as proposed. So, because, like I said, there's that recorded easement, they can't put anything in there. I'm sorry, they can have a fence up to 5 foot. but so I misquoted the height limit. So again, like I said, this is why they really can't build anything in the back. So PC recommended finding of fact, it is in accordance with the goals and policies of county development regulations. It will not adversely affect public infrastructure. It will be constructed, maintained, and operated to be in harmony with the existing. The entire area is going to, everybody along that line is probably going to replicate this look because of the way that their land's laid out. Location and height of the structure and site design will not discourage the development of permitted. This is another thing. These properties sit about 6 or 7, maybe even 10 feet below this development that's above. It's it's significantly lower, so it's unlikely that this structure is going to affect their view lines or anything because it's already setting down lower. Operation connection will not be, it's a personal storage or toy shed. So no, it doesn't do anything. It's just a building. And public health, safety, and general welfare won't be affected. They're going to be putting in a secondary septic primarily just for that that building. So we don't see any issues associated with that. PC recommended conditions of approval are, in addition to the standard CUP language, they'll need to abide by the Washington Department of Ecology, Franklin County Public Works, the Health District, and then the Planning and Building Department. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and I do have a suggested motion if desired.
At this point, I'm just going to say I'm going to abstain from the vote because we own neighboring property.
Okay.
Would you go back to the map?
Site plan?
Yeah, the site plan.
Whoop.
So if I can tell, this is the house here.
Correct.
And this is the
Correct.
accessory, or not accessory, but this is the shop that we're talking about.
Yeah, it's an accessory structure.
And the additional height requested is 3.5 feet.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. We'll generally flex if it's less than 6 inches over. But once it breaks that, we've got to draw a line somewhere. So that's why so it's a double on this one, but it's the same process. I'm sorry, that may not have made sense. I meant there's 2 things that they're looking to deviate from.
So was there any opposition?
We almost never.
Because there's no houses behind it currently, right?
No, there's some to the north. That's
Yeah.
what I was talking about, where it's like this. It's almost like it's a pretty dramatic draw of about 5 to 10 feet,
Yeah.
and then these houses start. So
Yep.
I don't see a risk of view line obstruction.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of,
I got to close the,
oh, I'm sorry.
Close it.
so at this point, I will close the closed record hearing and entertain a motion.
I move for approval of resolution 2024-0146 as presented.
Second?
There's been a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to regular business. So earlier, we moved Resolution 2024-0135 into regular business.
Yeah, but it goes to number 8.
Want
It's
to
the
be
last
number
one
eight.
of them.
All right. Thank you. So request for consensus approval to participate in the Healthcare Authority 1115 waiver program presented by David Wheeler. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here to bring to your attention our intent to participate in this Healthcare Authority waiver program. Services to those youth exiting detention 90 days prior to their release. This provides us an opportunity to enroll in what's called the first cohort that allows us money for capacity building and infrastructure IT building. So we're essentially going to be getting into the Medicaid business at some point in time, with the goal being to reduce some of the county costs that we have right now towards those youth in detention for medical and mental health, with also hoping to improve services along the way. So this is, this is getting into, we'll have a contract that comes out. So this is really more bringing to your attention this opportunity that we met the first deadline to get into the first cohort, and then this next year is going to be planning and building to be able to implement this electronic health record in July of 2025. There will be a contract coming out that goes before legal, before we're bound to anything. So this is really more about bringing it to your attention, letting you know that we're looking at opportunities to better serve youth and hopefully be more physically aware, mindful of the dollars coming from the counties on both sides. So we see it as a potential win for the juvenile court and the counties at this point in time.
And it looks like you're just looking for a consensus. There's no resolution.
No resolution today. There will be a contract coming sometime in the not too distant future. So
I'm in agreement.
I'm in agreement as well.
I believe there are a number of, this is for juvenile and adult facilities across the state. For a long time, Medicaid services were cut off when people are incarcerated, and this allows a waiver for that 90-day prior to the release, really to try to build that transition and bridge out so people aren't exiting correction facilities without those supports that they need. So I think it's being recognized that there's a need that needs to be addressed. So we're hoping to capitalize on that. So.
All right.
Thank you.
You have our consensus, so thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioners. Have a good day.
Moving on, number 2, Resolution 2024-0141, rescinding Resolution 2024-060, approving of American Rescue Plan Act, presented by Shirley Jones.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This was discussed during the May 8th workshop, bringing forward the resolution to rescind the original resolution 2024-060 with an approval to obligate to the Corners new building add-on at the Fifth Avenue Annex there. The original amount was $664,610.35 due to a miscommunication regarding the OPD 250,000 resolution that was approved out of ARPA funds. Then in order to add that into the portal, we need to reduce the obligation to the corner to $414,610.35. That amount is a reduction of $250,000. Now, we do have those funds available in the building fund. We have approximately $342,000 once one more invoice is paid, which leaves after $250,000 if we pull from the building fund for the Corners building when he needs it. That probably won't be needed until the end of the year, if not next year. But those funds would be held available for that. That leaves $92,000. So regarding the remodeling on the Fifth Avenue Annex, those funds, from my understanding, the remodeling's not going to be anywhere near that. So there will still be plenty of funds in the building fund. The other option, we have a little over $300,000, which will not be used for the PSB building for the energy project. We have about $92,000 of that will be not used. We will not have the final number on that until about November. As far as the HVAC energy and lighting project for HAPO, there's going to be about $210,000 that will be available from that. Their project is ending at the end of July, so within a month or two, those funds will be available also. So a little over $300,000 that we will have available still with ARPA that can be used for the budget, and we could use the $250,000 when the coroner needs that for his building anytime. The other option would be to go ahead and wait and then re-obligate $250,000 in ARPA funds this fall, once all of those funds are freed up. This resolution itself is just to reduce the obligation from ARPA at this point in time. to where he could still continue with over 400,000, but the 250,000, we would need to reduce it for me to be able to post to the portal the OPD resolution for 250,000. So it's a wash. But again, we have the funds available in two different places, depending on what you want to do later. That's not a decision you have to make today, but with the reduction of this, I can then post to the portal as I need to for the 250,000 for OPD. Any questions? I hope that's clear.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yes, with the adjustment of these funds, I think it'd be wise, since we've already had a radial failure at a fire, that we should just table this until we have a bid of what this building's going to cost, and then we have actual numbers, because right now we have no idea what this building is going to cost and whether we have proper funds for it, and we've lost 250,000. We have other monies that look like they might be coming back our way, but we have other concerns that those monies could be used at. And at this budget crisis that we're in, I don't think it's the time to commit ourselves to a building that we have no idea what's going to cost.
I see the coroner in the room. Would he like to speak on the issue?
You know, the cost of everything's going to go up. I've already had grants awarded for equipment for this project, so I'm moving forward because I had your approval to continue to move forward. And talking to Shirley here that those funds would be available again. And I think we've already committed. We're moving forward. And I think we need to continue to move forward with it. Trying to divert these monies to something else, I don't know what the purpose of that is. There's always going to be objection to this project, it sounds like. I think that we just need to continue to move forward with the project as stated earlier in our resolutions. Knowing that the funds will be available, that additional 250 will come back into that at a later date when those expenses are there, I think would be a wise move to continue to stay course.
So originally there was $600,000 in the ARPA funds, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Set aside for the coroner.
664.
664,000. So
Yes.
then what happened to that?
Well, those funds are there, but because of a miscommunication with the OPD funds that were already obligated, and then the resolution itself, I was told remove that. It's not going to use ARPA funds, so I removed it. So when we came up with a balance on what was left in ARPA that I gave to Curtis so he knew what was available, then at the time it was $664,000. But I need to post. It will be a procedural exception, audit exception with the state if I don't get the $250,000 posted for the OPD. Now, it's not that we don't have the money. We do have the money, and it will be available in ARPA as soon as our contingency funds are freed up. But we also have it available in the building fund. So it's not that the funds aren't available, but we need to reduce the amount obligated at this point in time so I can get OPD posted.
Or you said there are funds in the building fund that could.
We have $342,000 in the building fund, and whenever you would need the 250 or less, whatever it ends up being.
It's more.
Well, again, it's something that I'm sure with the contracts that it will be decided this is the amount available, just like we did with the fire stations. You have this amount available, and then they have to find funds elsewhere if it ends up being over that.
Mm-hmm. And I've stated that previously, that I think Commissioner Mullen asked, so what if what if there isn't enough funds? And I had made the comment that, I will do with what I can with operating the facility with what I can within the budget that's set forth. So that's what I'll do.
Mr. Chairman.
I'll operate the building with everything I can, and then I'll continue to try and find grants to complete the stocking of the building.
The chair recognizes Mr. Didier.
Look, I'm not saying no to this. I'm just saying let's don't commit ourselves to it. Are you still currently using the Benton County Coroner's facilities?
We are, yeah.
When we were in here last time, when this was granted to you, you had made the statement that they were near capacity. I went over and visited the coroner, and I asked him what the capacity was. He had nine corpses in his facility, and I said, "What is your capacity?" And he said it's 18, but could be bumped up to 24 with addition of the metal racks.
Mm-hmm.
And you said they were near capacity.
Yeah.
That's not even half capacity.
Well, with him bumping it up, but he doesn't have the facilities to bump it up right now. He doesn't have the equipment to bump it up. And last week we were up to 13, and it was very, very tight because we had autopsies going on, we had funeral homes coming in to release bodies to. It was very, very tight in those facilities. It's something that's needed. So it's a needed project.
So your ask today is to lower it from the 664
to
down
414.
to 414.
Correct.
Can I just make that, with that stipulation that 250 will come back at a later date when we need those funds, is that correct?
That was what I was thinking, is that we've got that 250 available in two different places. Just depends on timing, but it does need to be obligated by the end of the year. The reason for this today, this resolution, is that I need to lower in what my reporting is in the portal by $250,000, so I can post the OPD $250,000. I cannot over-obligate, and it would appear at this point that we are because of the amounts. So I'm trying to get it to where we're actually underneath our total amount of $18,500 that we received from the federal government.
This is an obligation that we have simply to balance the books properly with the state, with ARPA funding, correct?
Right. Right.
So this action today simply reduces the 664 by 250,000 down to this number presented for our obligations. So
Correct.
This really doesn't have anything to do with the coroner's building. This has to do with our obligation with ARPA funding.
Right. As far as me being able to report and stay under the amount that they've given us, we need to reduce this by 250. But again, we will have over 300,000 available this fall in ARPA funds that we can reobligate, and/or we have 250,000 that we have in the building fund. So either direction you go, if you want to free up the ARPA funds, the 300,000, and then the coroner could use 250,000 from the building fund, that frees up over 300,000 this fall for.
Irregardless of
the
that,
county.
we need to take this action
We need to reduce this.
properly do our work with ARPA funding.
That's correct.
We can take this action without reallocating it.
That's correct. This does not reallocate. This just takes the action of reducing the number that we've already.
But it's still allocated to the coroner's office. It's just less amount. And he's proceeding ahead with the building, so we're going to be obligated to paying for that building no matter what the cost.
So we are not at that stage, correct?
Up to this amount is what I'm understanding.
Yeah, it
as
wouldn't
well.
go over that 664.
And we have not even received a proposal for a building yet.
No.
So-
After your approval earlier, Meyer Architect can now start putting that together. And we can start looking at what construction costs would be.
First stage is design and engineering.
Correct.
Not the building. So when we
Correct.
get to that point, we'll know what the needs or obligations may need to be at that point.
Correct, yes. And the equipment, like I've said, the equipment, you know, when we get closer to it, I'll see where we're at and what equipment I can stock with and what equipment I have to postpone on. But, yeah.
All right, any further questions? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of Resolution 2024-0141 as presented.
I will second the motion. All in favor of approving Resolution 2024-0141, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 2024-0142, interagency agreement between Ben Franklin County and the Washington State Department of Commerce for House Bill 1181, implementation funding to amend the Franklin County Comprehensive Plan presented by Derek Bratton, Planning Director.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, back in August of 23, I'm sorry, October 31st of 23, staff submitted a preliminary application to the Department of Commerce regarding HB 1181, a new requirement to add additional goals and implementation, goals and strategies in our comprehensive plan to address climate change and greenhouse gas reductions. And the climate change is more about building resiliency codes. A lot of this stuff is already duplicated to some degree, but primarily at this stage what we'd be doing is this 202 would be for establishing our baselines and various other elements, and then what we'd be seeking is that the remainder be utilized for implementation. These could be funding to assist people with higher energy efficiencies. We don't know yet what they are. That's what the 202 is for, is to kind of get those established baselines. Simultaneously, what's going on is the emergency management group is redoing their plan, their comprehensive plan. A lot of that, of the resiliency stuff, will probably come out of that and be implemented. So, on May 15th, I'm sorry, yeah, it was November 22nd, 23, we got the letter from the board saying go ahead, and yes, we would agree. We're now at the point of where all we're looking for is the signature on the contract to release those funds. We can start utilizing those funds immediately with regard to beginning the preliminary actions and starting to formulate like some of our groups and participation process with regard to the comprehensive plan update. So I have more than happy to answer any questions. There is no match requirement for the county. Grand total for the grant will be up to $800,000. This is in addition to the $700,000 that we are that the state will grant us for the comprehensive plan update itself. Now that money, that $700,000, that has to be used for the comp plan. It doesn't get to be rolled out over multiple years. This HB 1181 funding, we can maintain access to that extra and be able to use some of that or maybe all of it for implementation later on. Any questions?
Commissioners, do we have any questions?
So what impact is this, by playing into this Growth Management Act and this building code as far as greenhouse gases, what does this have on of the residents of Franklin County? What kind of costs are going to occur to them with us participating in this?
Well, frankly, we're going to be looking at ways to ensure that it's nil. We have no interest in that kind of path, and I don't even know how that we would be implementing any sort of like fees or fines or anything like that. That's not how
That's
the
not what I'm talking
concept.
about.
So I guess I'm not clear what you're asking.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about the work we've had to do to the courthouse, what we've had to do to HAPO to meet these guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
Is this coming to every resident in Franklin County?
Not that I'm aware of.
Building size?
I will never speak to what's going to come out of the west side. I'm sorry, I can't.
What are the
And
adverse effects if we don't, I mean,
if we don't do this, we'll be out of compliance and it impacts our funding.
impacts our funding?
Not
which-
this funding. I mean, the same type of funding, road dollars, planning dollars.
Yeah.
I don't know what other funds, but different
This is the
funds.
carrot in front of the horse, isn't it? Leading right into destruction.
We will, our plan, okay, few things. One, when it comes to things like economic justice, which they call out in this thing, we don't have that. And what that means is what they're talking about there is in some communities, different neighborhoods or whatnot were, quote, overly burdened by infrastructure or negative types of builds, this stuff. We don't have that. We don't have designated enclaves that got where we went, oh, we're going to put an airport in their or a dump or anything like that. Frankly, it just doesn't have those issues. Resiliency, that's probably going to be coming out of the wildland interface. So the urban wildland interface, at most, what we would see is probably there's going to be some potential building materials for the people that are on these fringes. One of the things we're looking at and we're in the process of commenting and working on is they have this map. It's a good concept. We're not sure whether or not it's accurate yet, and we're looking at that. And that map says these areas are at higher risk of wildfire or whatever. Again, Franklin County, we've got an amazing wildland firefighters. I'm amazed watching these guys run around, and we don't have a lot of trees. So we don't, we have wildfires here, and they can get kicking up and they can get going, but we also have really good crews that have been able to do it, and we don't have the trees and things like that say Spokane or some of the other areas have. So what the cost will be, we won't know. And then when we're talking about tertiary ripple effects, our goal is always to try to minimize the impact of these types of stuff to meet the requirements of law, but to not overreach and to do what we can. But yeah, if it's a mandate from the state, at least they're paying for it. Is kind of where I'm at right at the moment with it.
This is paid for by Climate Commitment Act dollars. There's a proposed, something coming this fall that would eliminate that. What would happen to this funding?
I don't know, because what would happen, it would depend, because if this funding comes out of that and that thing eliminates it, then the state's going to either continue paying us or they're going to pull it. The state, I've given up trying to predict what they're going to do over there, frankly.
You let me know if you figure it out.
I watch and I pay attention, but I often see them conflict with themselves. We've got an housing affordability crisis in this state, but yet we're going to raise the cost of development. I don't understand the nexus, but I just have to do what they tell me to do, unfortunately.
It's almost as if somebody's creating a problem so they can provide a solution.
So,
If I could add something briefly, Board? Yes. So regardless of whether the funding is pulled, this would still remain a mandatory planning element in our comprehensive plan.
Mm-hmm.
So we would still be required, even without the funding, to provide a comprehensive plan element
Yeah.
that considered the impacts of greenhouse gas emissions, and those are detailed in the RCWs. It's 3670A070 subparagraph 9. You can, if you want to read that in more detail.
Now, I'm sorry, were you?
No, that was it.
Okay. Also, because of certain elements, like one thing that we're doing with regard to the transportation, for example.
Hey, what's
Somebody's listening, but they're coming through.
Okay. Second there, I thought I was losing it.
What?
So we are regionally, when it comes to the transportation, the VMT, that type of stuff, we're working with both sides of the river and BFCOG. BFCOG's has stepped up to, at least that's where we're kind of at right now in the discussions. BFCOG has stepped up to say, yeah, we'll do the modeling for this, for the region. Because of all of these elements, the one thing that's definitely regional is transportation. We all, if you live in Pasco, you shop in Richland, and you play in Kennewick, or vice versa, and whatever. We're all in this together. So that's one benefit, and we're starting to do a little bit more collaboration across the river with regard to this type of stuff, because we're starting to take more of a regional approach, because we're going to have more impact as a region than we do as a individual.
Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of Resolution 2024-0142 as presented.
I will second it. There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 2024-0143, initiating a county road project, CRP 638 Glade North Road intersection illumination improvements, presented by John Christensen. Good morning again.
Good morning again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
The Federal Highway Administration, FHWA, Highway Safety Improvement Programs, has awarded $855,000 for the installation/upgrade of illumination and traffic signage at the intersections of Self Landing Road, Eltopia West Road, and R170. Public Works is asking to initiate a county road project for Glade North Road intersection illumination improvements project. This is just to get it started, to initiate it. I have one right after this to submit the approval of the project prospectus and enter into an agreement.
So that's at Glade North and Self Landing intersection?
And R170.
And R170.
Well, Self Landing, Eltopia West, and R170 are the three intersections.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve Resolution 2024-0143.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Number 5, Resolution 2024-0144, local agency project prospectus and enter in a local agency agreement for CRP 638. Mr. John Christensen.
Thank you again, Chair.
Thank you.
Following the creation of the CRP 638, Public Works is asking to approve the required submittals of the project prospectus and enter into a local agency agreement to begin preliminary engineering funding for this safety project. The local agency agreement requests to obligate $100,000 of federal funds with a county match of $0.
Questions?
So in the ASR here, it says from 0 to 13.5. In this case, all of it is zero match.
Right, that is correct.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of Resolution 2024-0144 as presented.
I second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes.
Thank
Number
you.
6, thank you. Resolution 2024-0145, Brown lot dimension and lot frontage deviation, presented by Derek Bratton.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So yes, this is a request. I will have maps here shortly to better articulate what we're discussing. Oops. All right. So this is an infill short plat, and as often occurs when we're doing infill development, we end up with lot arrangements that don't quite meet our dimensional desires. Franklin County has a lot dimension requirement that properties have a minimum of 80 foot of frontage and that lots not be more than 3 times longer than they are wide. So sometimes though, when we're doing infill, like down in the Riverview area and stuff like that, it's just the nature of what you're going to have because of the location of buildings and things like that. So the request is for Mr. Brown's short plat to be, and this is what we see above us or on the screen. So he's got lot 2, which that's the one that deviates from the lot width requirements. It's 4.18 times longer than it is wide.
Is that this one here?
Yes. And then lot 2, I'm sorry, I said that backwards. Lot 2 is the top one. Lot 1 is the big one. They've got easements and various other encumbrances on the property, so there's only 1 acre of usable land on this thing. But technically the frontage is that 80, or it's only a 60-foot frontage. It's 20
This portion right
short.
here.
Correct. And the reality is that's the frontage for both because that's the main access drive to access both properties.
So this accesses both lot 1 and 2.
Correct. Yep. So that's kind of, and this is where it is in relation to things. It was already an oddly shaped property. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do, and it may not be the best result.
So the request is to
Yep. Basically, from the
use
drive
that lot.
north, cut that off. And it's a completely viable, buildable lot. It just looks funny. And it'll have big side yards, most likely, as opposed to a large front. But it's also a matter of how they orient their house on the property. But, so, happy to answer any questions.
What's the address?
It is 1708 Road 44, Pasco. Oh, I'm sorry, wait. Let me make sure that, yeah, that's the address.
Questions, commissioners?
questions here.
No questions?
No questions.
No further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of Resolution 2024-0145 as presented.
I second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 2024-0149, ratification of the, I think we're passed on that. Number 7, Resolution 2024-0149, presented by Sean Sapp.
Commissioners, I'd ask if we could go into an executive session prior to any action on this item under RCW 4230110 under 1I to discuss with legal counsel. And I would defer to the board on how much time you think we need to finalize discussion. 10 minutes?
Mr.
15?
Chairman,
Yes.
could I request a 5-minute break before we go into executive session?
Sure. At this point, we'll break for 5 minutes. so want to eat that candy.
You're trying to be good?
My A1C was 13.7. Doctor says it maxes at 14, so.
Needs to be 6, right?
Yeah, if I We've come back from a 5-minute break. Now reconvene the meeting. Resolution 2024-0149. Sean Sant, and we will go into executive session for approximately 10 minutes.
And that's under the RCW I stated earlier. I'll just say it again real quick, 4230110, to discuss with legal counsel a matter. And how much time would the board like? 15?
15 minutes is fine.
Okay.
So at this point, I'll ask that the Board of Commissioners and legal counsel be present in the room. Everyone else will have to leave. We've come out of executive session with no decisions being made. Time is 11:34.
Is Mr. Sant going to present anything here?
We're on number 7. Mr. Sant, do you have a presentation?
I presented the board with, as you've seen in the packet, a proposal. It's up to the board if the board wants to take action today.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair recognizes Commissioner Didier.
I move to terminate Mike Gonzalez for cause as Administrator of Franklin County.
Do we have a second? Hearing none, the motion fails.
Mr. Chairman, I move to place County Administrator Mike Gonzalez on paid administrative leave for 2 weeks as we consider the potential of signing a severance agreement.
I'll second it. All in favor, signify by saying aye. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Please signify by aye if you're in agreement.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
The motion passes. Moving on to number 8, which is Johnson Consulting Agreement, HAPO Master Plan Study, Resolution 2024-0135.
Hello again, Commissioners. So this was pulled from the consent agenda. We have a more recent version of the Johnson Consulting Agreement, which was in line with the recommendation from Mr. Sant, and I think that was approved by the Commissioners, and Mr. Johnson, who was here when we presented at the last meeting, indicated that he would agree to the spending limitation of $7,500. In addition, when I was reviewing the contract, I noticed Johnson Consulting is a Chicago firm, I believe, and there was no choice of law provision. So I added in a provision that any disputes under the agreement would arise under Washington law, just to sort of clarify the appropriate law that would govern the contract, because it was a little bit ambiguous. They agreed to that also, and so I provided that. That was sent to me by Harris White Leisure yesterday, and unfortunately it's not in the agenda packet, but I think Teresa has updated that, so it should be on there now.
It is.
It is? Okay. So my apologies for the late addition to the agenda packet. However, that does reflect, I think, the intention of the parties, of course, with the addition of the choice of law provision.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move to approve Resolution 2024-0135 Johnson's Consulting Agreement.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to Commissioner Administrator updates. So we'll start with Commissioner Bauman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been an interesting 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, after the commissioners' meeting, we had a meeting at the HAPO Center talking about the Office of Public Defense crisis that we find ourselves in, and really appreciate. We had 5-6 legislators there. We had both Benton and Franklin County prosecuting attorneys, as well as we had a number of other people there, officials, the sheriff, police chiefs, judges, had a lot of people there, and felt like we had a very productive conversation about some of the concerns, some of the consequences and potential actions. And so really appreciate everybody that partook in that. The after action plan was that there's already a group that has been meeting about this and has been trying to bring solutions to the table. And so the idea was to add to that group, do a few working sessions, and then this fall maybe to reconvene a similar group as we had there. So just really thankful for everybody that participated in that. That was a busy day. Later that afternoon, we, quite a number of us had a tour of the old Kennewick General Hospital and what will become the Columbia Valley Center for Recovery. And that was my first opportunity to actually tour the facility with that set of eyes. The time before was when one of my nephews was born in that hospital. So really appreciated getting a tour and seeing some of the plans and the thoughts of how to turn that into a center for recovery that can serve our community. Benton Franklin Walla Walla County Good Roads Association meeting, primary discussion surrounded, well, there was a presentation by Tidewater Barge Lines and their services that they provide, and they spoke a little bit of the need for the Snake River dams and what they're breaching, how they would impact, and then we talked about we're beginning the process of coming up with the top 6 priorities for all of the members of the Good Roads Association. Had a employee barbecue here at the courthouse. Really appreciate all the dedicated employees that work for Franklin County, and was excited to be able to spend some time with them and share a delicious burger. WASAC meeting. City of Pasco Council meeting, agenda meeting, 2 special called county commissioner meetings, had a Tri-City National Parks Committee meeting, Shoreline Reconveyance Working Group. That one we're working on the language for what a right-of-way, a cultural easement would look like and the language involved in that. And aside from that, just many, many phone calls and impromptu meetings here on the campus, and that's my report. Thank you.
Commissioner Didier.
Last week consisted of Board of Health meeting, Ben Franklin Council of Government meeting, and Ben Franklin Workforce Development meeting. That's all in my report.
Yeah. So this last couple of weeks had the budget review meeting. It looks like with projections, we'll be at a $2 to $3 million deficit, not $7 million as what was put out earlier this year. Had the Pasco Chamber of Commerce meeting. Had the Visit Tri-Cities meeting this morning. So with that, we have the National Horseshoe Competition coming on July 29th. And then the Ironman competition, it'll be held in the Tri-Cities for the first time. They're still looking for volunteers. They already have 2,700 people signed up for the Ironman competition. Their goal was 2,500. So if anybody wants to get in the Ironman, you better get your application in immediately, because I think they're getting ready to close it because they'll have too many people. And that is going to be September 22nd. So hotel revenues are about the same as last year, with $8.2 million on average in total, with an average room rate of $135. The World Cup is coming to Seattle, and they're going to have a watch party here in the Tri-Cities on July 10th. You can find more information out on that at the Visit Tri-Cities website. Water Follies are coming up here at the end of July, 26th, 27th, 28th. There will be an air show, and also had the Ben Franklin Walla Walla Good Roads meeting this past week. Disability Board, I toured the Recovery Center, had the Board of Health meeting, and that is it for my report this week. So moving on to administrative office business. Jeff Briggs, do you have anything you want to add on that, or?
No, I do not.
Okay, at this time, we'll go to public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? If so, please come forward. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Anybody on the phone?
No callers on the phone? All right. Well, any other business for the good of the county?
We don't have any executive sessions. We've had enough, I think.
Yeah. I don't, unless there's another need for another executive session.
There is need for a closed session. Those typically don't need to be announced. It's not
Yeah.
subject to the OPMA. It's an exception to it, but it would be for labor negotiations. And that would take about 5 minutes. We can do that after the workshop.
All right.
Yeah, my mic wasn't on.
So at this point, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for coming. We do have a workshop, but that is after a break if we need it.
They're just
moved
not.
on to their local office while.
Okay.
yeah. So they are on their way.
So
Well,
if
we're-
we just switch our things and we do our other
Jennifer?
presentation first.
Totally good with that.
Elevator,
Which this, yeah.
you're going first because we got to keep moving.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Daylight's burning.
So I was asked by the county administrator to present this as a
let's-
workshop.
Let's open the workshop
Oh,
first.
I'm so sorry.
It's Wednesday, the 26th of June, 2024. We're here for the county workshop. At this point, we'll open the meeting, and we will have Jennifer Wagner make the presentation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I was asked by the county administrator to bring this forward to the commissioners, to the board, as a workshop because Tiffany Runge, who is the court administrator for Benton and Franklin County Courthouse, had brought up that anybody who is leaving the undercovered parking and accessing the first floor elevator in the public safety building can potentially come across somebody who they are either seeing or prosecuting on that day on the elevator. This is potentially a risk, a security risk, and also that elevator that does the whole building of the public safety building opens up on the first floor, which then they can access that underground parking. They can access the PA parking lot and the elected official parking here. What we're planning on doing is coordinating with two vendors that we have. The IS department is here also. We would be working with them. And putting somewhat like a hotel card key reader on the elevator so that once you're in the first floor and you want to access either the second or third floor, that would go straight, it would not stop to the third, if somebody pushes the button at the same time when you're trying to access the floor, it would open up on another floor. So this would just basically be an express to the floor that you want. And in doing so, that would also work for going down so that if you got in the elevator and you pushed one and used your fob key or your ID badge, that it would just go straight down. It wouldn't open up on any floor, any other floor. Also, it would be a benefit to the fourth floor, which the prosecuting attorney has files on. We also have a radio room or a server room on that floor, and we have HVAC equipment that the facilities department accesses and roof access. So that would keep it as, sometimes we have the key access, people leave it on, and then they have access to that fourth floor, the secure floor. So we're looking at possibly a $25,000 project. I know I don't have $25,000 in my budget. I just fixed an HVAC, which was $20,000. It was unbudgeted. We're in a budget crunch, and so I'm coming to you to wave a magic wand, basically.
Wave it.
Yeah. If somebody has it, please, I'd like to use it.
If I could add something, we did have a meeting with the county risk pool. There are limited funds. We're talking, I think, $5,000 total, which I think has to be parsed out into two projects, one being 3 and 1 2.
Correct.
Which can be used for things that involve risk reduction. So we could throw $3,000 at the problem, which seems like probably a drop in the bucket, but I'd put that out there.
You have a $22,000 wand?
Yeah. I don't. So, and then this is bringing it before the board, not wanting any decision obviously made. It would be my belief that this would be 2025 budget, that we say no right now. Maybe we can put it through the 2025 budget, not, coming through in the middle of the year or almost year end and trying to fix this problem that's been with us for the last 100 years.
So who all uses the elevator?
So all of the elected official or the judges who park in there, the prosecuting attorneys who also park in the lot on the west-hand side, that's mainly it.
We can't just use a passcode for them specifically to use the elevator, so it's not available for anybody else? Or?
Well, the the thing is that the project is putting a badge code reader on the floor, similar to what I said a hotel would be. And so those certain people would have, would be able to fob their key and they could just go up to that floor particularly. And it would be an express. So, and anybody wouldn't be able to get down to the first floor. It would be inaccessible to the normal public per se.
You would have to badge to go to either floor 1 or floor 4. But
Correct.
it would be free. Anybody could use it between floor 2 and 3.
Correct.
Any other questions? All right, thank you for the update.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank
Another
you.
need.
Wants and needs.
I do know that they're on their way. I don't know if one of their, or a couple of their employees are on the web.
So Margot, can you maybe give us a snapshot of what would this look like in the next phase, or as far as some of the other companies that have come forward and expressed interest in providing these services to us?
Well, this presentation in itself isn't anything about the other companies.
I recognize that.
So just to kind of give you a heads up in the position that I'm currently in, I started working with Mike and talking to other vendors, other brokers, and the issue put forth to them was what are ways that they could help us fix, I like to say, our contribution issue in regards to the money that we put towards medical plans and what goes into VIBA, that sort of thing, and different options for medical plans, things like that. I was able to sit in with, I think it's 4 or 5 other brokers. Hub, of course, being our current broker and one of them. I wanted to give Hub an opportunity to present to you what they would normally, and this is the same presentation they were gonna do at the benefit meeting yesterday, which we postponed, but to give you an option of, or listen to what they had to say with their idea of our plan. So that is what they are here for. I am still looking for some sort of direction as to what we're doing with the other brokers, where you guys do want to move at this point. My one concern is we are so late in the year. The way it works out for benefits, if we were to go to market, that occurs in August, and we are basically in July already. If we were to switch brokers, however that looks, whether it's an RFP, if it's just because it's a service contract, how that looks. Though I would highly suggest we don't go to market. I think the county's been pretty happy with us going back to Primera. And in negotiations last year, Hub was able to get us a rate cap, so we can kind of budget what that might look like. Still, they still have to bargain or make deals with what our benefit packages would look like. We have to have that presented to you, because we do put that towards the benefit committee. That gets presented to you as the commissioners by late September, early October, which gives them time to get the programs into the Ben admin system for us to have open enrollment, so on and so forth. So we're very late in the year to switch our brokers. My recommendation would be to kind of leave things status quo for this year, going into benefits for next year. And if you wanted to look at a broker change, I would suggest we start doing that in January, so we have plenty of time. But I am going to need some sort of direction of what you want to.
What is the program that Harris White Leisure came forward with, or Wes Harris did?
It's called an ICRA program, and it is an acronym. Individual Coverage Health Reimbursement something. I'd have to look it up. I don't remember the exact program.
I would be interested. I think, or did they already come forward and give a presentation on that?
No.
I know they did individually, but I think we should take a look at it, because currently we're headed towards something that's unsustainable.
I believe I sent all of you my feedback and summary of all the meetings. I will say all of the brokers that we talked to outside of the ICRA program did recommend that it's not really feasible for us or it's not a good idea. But if you want to hear from them, I can get that set up.
If we were to, and I'm not sure exactly what this would look like, if we were to meet with these different brokers, we wouldn't have to do it together, but meet with them and kind of get a summary from them. I believe your recommendation was there was 3 that you identified maybe as being ones that your recommendation would be for consideration.
That sounds about right. I don't recall exactly what I put in there, but I didn't go back and look at it. Yeah.
I'd be interested in I'm certainly not an expert in this area, would be interested in learning more and understanding, what that might look like. I do appreciate that August is not very far away.
Yes, that's correct. Would you prefer to have in a workshop sort of situation like this? Would you like me to work with Teresa and having individual meetings? What would be your preference?
I would prefer a workshop so that the public hears what they are presenting.
So in that scenario, would we have all of the different providers that we, wanted to come and basically show each other their plan? What would that look like?
I can think of one particular broker that might be a little bit hesitant of giving out kind of like their.
And that's kind of what my thought was, is
Yeah.
I'd be a little bit concerned, some of their, I know that some of the stuff that they do is proprietary, and so they wouldn't be willing to share it in a public setting, so I'm not sure what that would look like.
Yeah.
I was particularly talking about Wes Harris and his plan. I want the public to hear what he has to say.
Okay, so you would like to have that in a workshop
I've
presentation?
been requesting this presentation for 4, 5, 6 months with Mr. Gonzalez. Never happened. And I think some other commissioners were requesting it too.
Okay,
And it never happened. I want to hear from him.
okay.
Maybe kind of take some of these thoughts and put them together and kind of, I don't know, we can sit down individually with you maybe and kind of come up with what a plan of looking forward might be. But recognize that August is not far away.
No, it's not. So that's my biggest reason, not to mention if you do make any sort of monetary adjustments, a few things to consider. 1 is budget season that's going to be opening. 2 is CBAs. So you have the majority of or 2/3 of our employees are in union groups. So if there are monetary changes, those changes have to be negotiated. So that's where you kind of potentially start with non-bargs, things like that. And those are all coming. We just had open negotiations yesterday, starting with 2 of the AFSCME groups. So those negotiations are already underway, outside of the FOP ones and whatnot that have been already taking place this year. So there are several considerations and for timing wise, and that's another reason that I'm slightly concerned for how late it is in the year.
Okay, I believe our people are here.
Yes, they are. So if you still have time, they can go through their presentation.
Please.
Oh, it's up on the screen. It's up on the screen. Did Dan still get off the?
We need to give Dan a heads up. We weren't quite sure, so we can text him.
So what about next Wednesday?
Yeah, I will not be here, so do we need to cancel that now, or just how many hours' notice do we have to give? And do you guys want to meet with the 2 of you, or should we cancel the meeting?
I don't know of anything.
We don't have to make
pressing.
that decision today. We sort of need to know what kind of a workload that we're looking at. And if we're 2 weeks out and we got another agenda like today or even longer, I say we meet next week, you and I.
Okay.
We'll have a quorum. But if there's not a lot on the agenda, I say we skip the meeting next week.
Yeah, we just coordinate with Teresa.
We just got to see what's come in. Teresa, when will you know how much information for the next meeting? You'll know that by tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay.
How much, and then I can tell you right now.
Because if we do a cancellation, we got to do it in 24 hours, right?
Cancellation
Are you
the
going to
next
the
week's
caucus
meeting,
deal?
because Rocky's not gonna
Caucus
be here.
tour Today or tomorrow?
I can, if
Is that 24-hour notice for the cancellation, or is it 48-hour notice?
Jeff,
I'm coming
it's a
tonight
24-hour notice if we're gonna cancel the next BOCC.
for dinner tonight, and
I don't know about the dinner tonight.
I don't know that the
5:30 at
notice
the
is required,
winery.
but the mechanism would be kind of tricky. Normally, I think you'd want to do that during a regular meeting.
The cancellation of the next week's meeting?
Right.
So if we are in the, we currently are in our regular meeting, but in the workshop session, can that work if they announce it?
I think they could, yeah, I think you could probably do it,
find it here.
through like a back channel. The issue really is that we don't have a procedure like in our bylaws for that. It'd be good to maybe,
What do
So
you,
that means that it's okay.
what do you have on the agenda for next week's?
I can check right
Is
now.
there very much? We just don't want to push off another week and then have another meeting like today that, a lot of items.
Single Hill Brewery at 5 o'clock.
Figure out an amount, have you?
Don't go there. Yeah. No, I'm not. I was just.
We've
asking.
looked at it.
No, I like what you did instead. I was just curious if you came up with an amount.
I'm gonna give you each a microphone, that way you guys don't have to
Share.
fight over that.
I'm stronger than
They
he
know
is
that you
anyway,
can't
so he'll
do
lose.
the election this fall. They,
He's already
they're
sweating.
aware that you cannot sit on the election board.
Once admitted, it's gonna, 2, 7
Sure.
consent
Sure.
for regular. What's the council, when this one gonna be?
Sorry, we got chatty earlier
Oh,
and
no worries.
our meeting went long.
Understand.
Glasses are dirty.
Hearing.
2 closed public hearings. Looks like we got 3 action items and 7 consent items right now. Huh? Yeah.
I should be able to call in. I just don't want to, I don't want to chair the meeting over the phone. That's
No.
too difficult.
The mics are on now, okay?
And you'll be able to be there at that meeting, virtually?
I believe so.
okay, so I think the majority of the board can cancel a meeting outside of a regular meeting.
We got enough items on that agenda, we better just meet, otherwise the next week's gonna be huge.
So it's kind of the same as calling a special meeting. You can do it outside of the meeting.
Okay,
I'll just WebEx in.
okay.
Cheryl's on, she said she can't hear me. Looks like it's muted from.
And the Board of Health meeting today too, right?
Is it today?
For sure.
I thought it got
I don't even know
canceled.
where you can
Oh.
see that it's muted.
Hopefully it did. Mine's still on there
It is?
at 1:30.
Do we have a Board of Health at 1:30?
But, if I can recall it, yes, but let me check.
Test, test. Cheryl?
We can volunteer for something, see if she speaks up.
We can handle most of it.
Volunteer for her to do things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got all the actions, Cheryl.
I think that's called voluntold.
Voluntold. I like
Well, yeah.
You going to that
Wait,
signature
I am
training?
looking for,
I am not.
where's your new one?
I'm going to that.
But you have to do all of it this fall, because we're both on the ballot, so you have to be the one. Merry Christmas.
It's 4 years in a row, and I'm tired of it.
Don't ever say that I haven't given you a gift.
I'm not doing it.
The gift that keeps giving.
The gift that
One
keeps-
right after another all day long.
Dan. Just joking.
Dan says he can't hear anything, so he is on the call as
Oh,
well.
he's on the call too.
So Dan is there.
It was good until executive session.
Dan's our chief strategist, so we're just hoping that he could help participate.
Opportunity.
Yeah,
He can't respond.
that's fine.
What about now? I reset it.
We're all on the same page.
Dan, can you hear us now?
I mean, even if they can react, can they react?
Yes. The
Oh, hey,
There's
look at
Dan.
that.
the sound just started.
Perfect. Okay, so we've got
Welcome,
Dan
sir.
on, and then we have
Thank you.
Cheryl Hanks too. Right, so
Yeah.
she Bill? Okay,
Oh, she can catch up.
perfect.
I think you guys are on a tight time crunch, right? 1:30,
Right.
you're thinking? Okay. Or, should we kick it off?
Go for it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate having me today. Excuse me. I'm Brandon Cleary. Met in the past, of course. Christopher Ballman, first time that we've met. This is our workshop meeting, part of an ongoing discussion we've been having about the Franklin County Health Plan and specifically contribution structure. We've got a lot of material to go through today. But again, this is your workshop. If you need me to stop, when you want to go into a specific topic and more in detail, let's go in and dive into it. Let's answer your questions. But today we're going to be looking at what's kind of happened in the past, where we're at currently, and potentially where we can go in the future. Okay?
Hopefully that sounds good for you. All righty.
All right. So again, we're going to start with introductions real quick. I want to meet the team here. We've got several people to talk about, but also we're going to go into items 2, which is the medical plan performance to date, and that is the financial performance of our health plan, which is important. And you're going to see it's going to, as we have another slide behind it, specifically regarding the renewal history, excuse me, on agenda number 3.
That's so exciting from you.
Sorry about that. For item number 3, which details the chronicle history of over the last 7 years on the renewals. And then specifically medical plan risk and opportunities, so risk to our health plan and what opportunities we have going forward in terms of strategy, and then next steps. Okay, quickly, our support team. Again, I'm Brandon Cleary, your lead employee benefits consultant. I'll introduce you to Kathy.
Kathy Rayome, I work with Brandon. I just assist him with Franklin County.
Jamie Carlock over here, executive.
Jamie's our boots on the ground. And then on the call, we have Dan Fisher. Dan, you want to introduce yourself?
Dan Fisher, I am the strategist for the Hub Northwest region. I'm the token CPA on this team. I'm past president of the Washington Society of CPAs, former member of council of the American Institute of CPAs, been working on self-funded cities and counties since 1997.
And then
I'll introduce myself too, since I'm sitting up here. I'm Jeff Briggs. I'm a Chief Civil Deputy Prosecutor.
Good to see you again, Jeff. Okay, and then also who's not on here, there's a call today, is Cheryl Hanks, but she should be joining back on. She is our senior account manager, helped by, or definitely the person behind the scenes in the day-to-day activity, works very closely with Margot's team as well. And then we have additional resources that we tap into at points in time, and that's really kind of talked about Hub in general, right? You have your local team here, but also when we need to go into the depths of support, be it health and performance, compliance, workforce management, analytics, benefits technology, communication design, and pharmacy. And all of those, or most of those, at times we've tapped into at some point. Specifically lately, we worked on a project with HR regarding the wellness program and getting a platform set up. Okay. Any questions on this slide? So quickly on strategy, let's just get into it because that's specifically where we're taking this. So the idea of essentially is, right, Franklin County is in the middle of an overall strategic approach, but really far today, we're going to lean into cost management. That's on the right side on the green portion, and we're going to spend a lot of time talking about that. But again, as Franklin County issues come up or specific topics that we need to dive into, we pull into those expert resources, some that we just showed you on the previous slide, to dive into those specific topics. And specifically in cost management, we're going to really just been talking about loss ratios, the contribution structure, and we'll talk a little bit about analytics and self-funding concepts, but that's for later in the presentation.
Which leads us up to your performance report,
So yes, let's talk about the medical plan performance report.
where we are today, right, through May?
Yep. So this report in this section right here, this is for year to date, right? Year to date is our plan year to date. From January and through these reports and data, it's to the end of May. But we'll also take a look back in the past of the history in the latest 12 months. On the slide right here, slide 6 is the executive summary. Very important slide, gives you the general viewpoint of where the plan is in the past and in the current. If we start in the top, and it's important to talk about some concepts that I know we've spent time talking about in the past, but I think it's good to revisit those. This report includes claims, enrollment data, the premiums collected on the insurance plan, and utilization data, which runs into claims. Compared to the prior plan year, gross claims are down $351 per employee per month. So that's as of through the end of May. The cost for each per employee per month is down $351. Gross claims to premium loss ratio. Go ahead. Sorry.
Do you have a reason why?
Yeah, we'll go into some of that, but
Okay.
I mean specifically,
It's your claims.
just your claims.
Yeah, it's your
So-
claims that are coming up. Mhm.
This is employees, and this is essentially employees' family.
Yeah, that's all your total belly buttons that you cover under the health plan.
So it's this number plus this number or this number total?
Well, we focus on the employee number. We calculate everything by employee, but we do track the members too, because you could be running flat and everything look flat with your employees, but your members take a hike, and so your plan's taking hikes. So we just calculate that.
So
But
total
we-
members covered is 200 or 600 and,
No, total member, I see what you're asking. Total members covered, total belly buttons on the plan is 415.
Got it.
Total
That was my
employees on the
question.
plan are 225. You have 60-ish waivers that are not shown here.
Got it.
Okay, this is just all of the data that's coming through Primera that Brandon was able to pull off of their reports.
And it's synthesized on
Thank
the
you.
hub report, yes.
Right, right. But essentially, though, the premiums that you're paying into the Primera Health Plan, only 66% of it is going out to cover the cost of the coverage, meaning your loss ratio is great. If you continue like this throughout the year, you should be in a great position for a fantastic renewal. But we know that's not how it typically works, so we have a few months still to go. But as you sit right now, your loss ratio is very low.
So if you look at the 3 columns, prior plan year, rolling 12, and current plan year. So the prior plan year, we averaged 212, so that's an entire 12 months of data. Employees, we averaged about 212 employees on the plan, 390 members. There was about $2.6 million paid in claims, so health insurance claims. Premiums collected was about $2.5 million. So a little bit of a deficit. That's why we had the gross loss ratio of 102%. So if you think about it this way, in a loss ratio, for every dollar we've collected in premium, we paid out $1.02. Right. And that's why that bullet point above it, carriers typically target a 70 to 80% loss ratio. It's because they have to have enough margin in there per what they expect to pay for administration fees, costs, taxes. That's all built in that 15% window. So that's why they're targeting a 70 to 80% net loss ratio. When we exceed that, that's when we get into the issues of potentially even higher increases on renewals. Okay. And we'll kind of look back at our history and why it's kind of told that story. In our rolling 12, though, so this is from June 2023 to May 2024 data, as you can see, that loss ratio is dropping. And back to your question earlier, it's because claims are down, essentially. So collecting the same premiums, but claims have dropped. Okay.
So Primera is pretty happy with you because you're paying more in premium than they're paying out in the claims. But on the far right, as Brandon was explaining, is your current plan year to date. Okay? And that's where you are down $382,140. So that's what you've paid that in premium, but they've saved that, has not been paid out in claims. What that equates to per employee per year is a little shy of $1,700, but on a per employee per month basis, $141. A little over $140. So $140 per employee per month is not being, you're paying in premium, but you're not getting the claims. So we watch that because we will bring that back to Primera and let them know, that they've collected more in premium than the claims, and we can work those renewals down. And Brandon will show you that to you in a few slides. He has your history.
Any questions on this executive summary? It's a standard report. We'll be showing this the next time and every time that we engage in these type of things. And we also share this with the Benefits Committee too.
So if you flip the page, this is what it looks like per month. Now, Brandon did a fantastic job, and when he renewed the Franklin County Health Plan in January, he worked a deal with Primera to have a premium holiday. So you didn't pay a premium in January, so that's why it's reflected in green. We still want to illustrate it.
What would have been collected.
Right, so that it's showing true numbers, it's not showing like a carrier bought the business, so that's why it's green here. But on a month-to-month basis, you can see how much is in paid claims, how much is in paid prescriptions, gross paid claims, and your current loss ratio. What I do want to point out on the first of the year, January, you'll see like your prescription claims and your medical claims are pretty low. There is some lag time, okay? So some of those claims may have been incurred in December and not yet paid yet, so that's kind of what that is. It's just the first month of this new plan year.
Where there was a big push to get refills done because we're moving carriers. We moved from United Healthcare to Primera.
Right. So United Healthcare was on the hook for those claims that were incurred in November and December, not Primera. So that's partly why your claims are low beginning of this year, because a lot of that lag claim is under United Healthcare, and we don't have those financials to add them into there. So it's a little funny.
So from a Primera perspective, while we're showing, as you can see at the very bottom down here, the bottom rows where it says total average and rolling 12, if you look to the far right to that gross loss ratio, right, it shows 66.5%. Again, remember that is the claims that are paid out compared to the premiums. And the rolling 12, it's 87%. Well, if you took out that green bar there, because that's the way Primera's looking at it, because they didn't get payment for that month. But that's not what we're arguing back to them, right? Because it would normally, that was part of the negotiations. So if that was the case, it would really be at a loss ratio of 82.7% in their viewpoint. So to summarize, either way, we're doing very well to start the year. Now, one last thing to point out, and I'm going to say this in May, as you can see, there's an uptick in paid RX claims. Okay, it's just something to note. And the May went up to almost 100,000. So there is a couple specialty medications that have come on their report recently. One of the members is no longer covered on the health plan, and one of them is still active. So I do expect that we'll have to monitor that. And I don't want to give you the impression that, hey, it's all roses, right? Because we're going to go through the course of the rest of this year, and there can be large claims that come in. So, but as it goes right now, even with that uptick, we're looking good.
And another thing I just want to state on the prescriptions, it's kind of funny. So prescriptions, their claim runs, weekly claim runs, or it's paid weekly. Sometimes there's 5 weeks in a month, so you may have a slight inflated on prescriptions one month over another, okay? So just wanted to point that out. It's just the way they run the reports. So although it says 97, some of that might have been the month prior, or your month 38 might have had something from the month prior. So we do look at that overall average, as well as checking what's going on a monthly basis. So some of that up and down volatility could be where those claims are hitting.
Okay. So looking at large claimants. So this report, here's where's the information? The screen is blank. That's a good thing, right? We like screens that are blank because that means nobody's hit the pooling threshold. And in the past, I'm remembering describing what a pooling threshold is, but once our pooling point right now is at 140,000. So once an active claimant reaches that pooling point, the rest of the claims that person incurs in the year is shifted to the pool. Think of your pool as kind of like reinsurance, stop loss insurance, even though we're fully insured. And that's what Primera uses as a pool to shift that claim from that point on, so that our health plan isn't incurring all the claims specifically in the net loss ratio. There's gross loss ratio, that counts everything, and then, net loss ratio, which counts the pooling claims, okay? For right now, we're not gonna show anybody on this report until at least we have somebody meeting 50% of that threshold, which means $70,000.
Per individual.
Per individual, yes. And that goes employee, dependent, whoever's on the plan.
Yeah, each belly button has 140,000 in really in that coverage. That restarts every January. So if you have members that are over 140, maybe they're 800,000. Come January, they're at 0, and they start over again until you reach your next pooling point. That changes at every renewal. It fluctuates based on what the carriers state. We could ratchet it down and get more insurance, but then your premiums will go up, meaning 130,000.
Historically, over the last 6 years, how many people would be on that
That's a great
screen?
question. We've got
you have that, yeah.
We do. We got that in the
Let's go to-
historical data right here. So.
So I can do it.
Yeah.
So
There you go. Step up and show it to them there.
got it here.
Yeah, there you go.
This right here are how many claimants that you had. Now remember, every single belly button under your plan. So your 400 belly buttons. Of your 400 belly buttons, you had one that had a claim in 2019 that was over
The
at that
pooling point.
Your pooling point was 105,000. And see what I mean? They changed the pooling point not only based on the size. I don't see your census, but also based on the insurance.
There's several of them here.
I'm okay. And then it happens about every 3 years. So you can see in January 2021, you had 7. So you had a very tough year.
Yeah.
Dropped it down to 3. You're sitting at none right now.
So we'll go into that
Yeah.
in here in a bit. But that year in 2021 was a very challenging year. And it wasn't just, that's the number of claimants that hit 125,000 in active claims. Some of those went far above that. We even had claimants below that point that were getting close to that threshold. So there was more, but this is specifically the 7 pool claimants. Now, what does that mean, right? At the end of the day, so to go back up on this chart, because we just jumped in this is the historical cost summary. So this is year by year, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, and 23. The carrier with, at the time, the average enrollment for the year.
These are employees, not belly buttons.
Employees, not belly buttons. The pooling point that was set up under the contract. The number of pool claimants that hit the health plan that year. The gross paid claims. Now, this is gross paid claims. Remember, it does not count the pooling point. It's just the total claims that were paid out. Then pool claims, as you can see in 2020, right? 3 pool claimants ratchet up 787,000 in pool claims. Why is that? Well, one large claimant probably drove most of that dollar amount. Net claims, so this is now minusing out the pool claims. And that's what, and compared to the premium, the actual premium that was collected for the plan. Sorry, getting annoyed by that.
Well, I'm not getting annoyed by anything. I'm just looking at you.
Gross loss ratio, again, not showing the pooled claimants, and then net loss ratio. So that net loss ratio is where we're honed in on in our negotiations. And that would be the same if you were self-funded and we had a stop-loss contract. Same thing. You've already moved it to the pool portion. We're not factoring this in the renewal. Now, we argue that, but insurance companies specifically still take that into remembrance and remember that large gross claim. But as you can see, as we went into 2019, we were at a pretty good loss ratio, right? There was only 1 pool claimant. 2020 comes around, we're at 130% gross loss ratio. And then 92% if you count.
This goal, the goal right here is 70 to 80.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And that goal, that's an industry standard?
Yes. So that column to the left of it, though, that's what the insurance carrier remembers, though. So that's what so it's this back and forth game, essentially, where they're saying, yeah, we understand. Well, you pay for pooling. I mean, that's built in the premiums, essentially, in this, what we call it the sausage, together when they give them the rates. But essentially, you have the right, and that's where we're arguing back and forth, essentially, saying, no, we have a pooling point. It's not the only thing that factors in a renewal. I'm just saying it partially does factor in. So, but as you can see, as we went into 2022 and then 2023, our gross loss ratio started coming down, and then our net loss ratio came down. And this is where the magic happened last year, at the end of last year, where we were able to get Primera to come back in and put a bid in. And of course, other carriers as well. But definitely took some tactful negotiations on that one. So
There's quite a bit of detail on that. That's all of your historical and your large claims. We use this when we do shop your coverage.
Yep.
And then your next slide actually has your outcome of your renewals
Well, hold on here.
based on that.
Sorry, any questions still left on this slide? Yeah. Lots of data, but this is the financials, so. Okay.
Go. That goes.
So this section that we're going to look at real quick is the medical plan renewal history. So I'm trying to give you an idea of where we're at going into the renewal and where the renewal ended up. Same thing on this chart, and you can correspond that. If you go back to the claims on the chart before, you can start seeing a correlation, right? But essentially, this is the year. So on the top row, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Second row down is the carrier at the time Franklin County was with. And then the final medical renewal carrier is who we selected. So you can see in the first column here, 2018, you went into the year with Aetna as of 2017, and at the renewal, you switched to Premera. That's when you went to Aetna to Premera. How many medical participants were on the plan at the time, what the costs were going into it, the initial renewal increase, so what they were proposing at the time. So in this case, Aetna was proposing a 22% increase. And then what we negotiated as the final increase on the renewal. So switching to Premera, and through negotiations, we got it actually down to a decrease. That's just the first year. Now, I will show year after year after year after year for you here. And where I really want to point to is a couple things. On the far right here, you start looking, remember I was telling you about those large claims in 2021, and it started kind of building up in 2020. Well, when the renewal came around with Premera, and this was after 2 years with Premera, and going to the third year, they presented a 36% increase. Okay. We got it down to 11%. So we bought a year, essentially. Claims still continued to get worse. And Premera said, okay, you know what? We're out right now. It's the best offer we can provide. We're going to give you a 40% increase at the end of for renewal year 2022. We switched to United Healthcare, and we got that 40% increase down to an 8% increase. Okay. Then the year after that, even though claims steadied, we still had a higher loss ratio of over 100%. It was like 102%. United Healthcare came back around and said, well, they figuratively bought some of the business. We've talked about this in the prior meetings. They bought some of the business here. They bought you as a client. And they said, okay, now here's a 29% increase. We had nowhere to go because our loss ratios were really still poor. And we decided at that time to take the no bid offer and settle at a 22% increase with some changes. So as we did well last year in our health plan performance, that's when we looked at the opportunity to go into shop the market, go complete to every carrier possible, and also work with our leveraging with Premera and got them back in at the table to come with a competitive offer, which amazingly was able to negotiate it down to a 4% decrease. And how that was achieved was partially through the premium holiday as well that I negotiated. But the better part of this is to give you some financial stability for at least to next year is we have a renewal cap on the renewal at 11%. So no matter what we performed this year, I mean, we had a loss ratio at 300%, they couldn't increase our rates more than 11%.
And it could be below 11, but
it could be.
But will not be above.
It will not be above.
They will likely come out with 11 up front because they're going to come out as high as they can get. Yep. And as you can see, Brandon and his team, they're negotiating. They've got some big swings on their negotiations. So they've got a lot of power with these reports. So.
And in this point of time, too, it was stable, right? So when you're stability and over time when you're negotiating things, as you can see, there wasn't significant increases, and we had a lot of success. Over the 7 years, the average increase, it turns out to be 6.3%. That's
incredible.
That's less than the healthcare trend today. Right now it's at, 7.8 or 9?
Just medical.
Just medical. So good performance, did really well, but we started having claims increase. And at some point, premiums have to meet claims or exceed them, right? And that's where we kind of hit. On top of it, during this period of time, contributions were not adjusted, really. I think are good. I can't remember the full year count, but it was like 6 or 7 years. Yes, where contributions weren't adjusted with the county. So when you had that significant increase on the renewal, where Premera comes down and says, the year before that, 40%, that's where you're at. So we're going to have to move to United Healthcare. There's already been several years of non-increase in the contributions. You were forced in a position where you had to increase the contribution, and you had to take a big jump to do it. And then you had to follow the follow-on year with another big jump. So that's where I'm going to focus the rest of this presentation here pretty shortly. Is that type of method of going that is what's going to put us in a health death plan spiral. We dodged it for now. but very well could be back in this situation where what I'm showing you right now. Okay. Oh, that's why I don't run the clicker.
Wrong clicker?
Okay, we can come back to this. I wanted to put this for you guys, just for your own idea. This is a proprietary analysis that we run at Hub. This is based off of Franklin County employee data, and specifically what we manage as far as the enrollments. This was ran as of April's data, and of course we can do an updated one later. But it gives you an idea of where everybody's enrolled. Okay, so I'm spend a little time on this, and we can come back to this later because I don't want to take away from the other slides. But essentially, the three plans: the Primera 3500, the Primera 1000, and the Primera 2000. So that is our three core plans. We do have a high deductible health plan in the county. There's only 4 enrolled.
It's crazy.
But you can see how many employees are enrolled. That's called the EE count. 86 people are in the base plan. I call it the base plan. The PPO, the Primera 3500. Then you have the 1000 and 2000. Those are pretty split evenly. Okay. You have the average age of the employee that's in each plan. You have the percent that are male and average years of service here at the county. How many years have they worked here? Percentage of those are single coverage. Their actual salaries, the average salary, demographic factors. Then you roll down to the bottom here. Total enrolled, 221 at the time. At that moment, now that's increased. Waivers there is 58 for a grand total of 279.
Describe what's a waiver.
So a waiver is somebody who's electing to not enroll in the health plan, Franklin County Health Plan, has produced evidence of coverage elsewhere, and is now not enrolling on the health plan.
They may or may not have health insurance.
They do have to have health insurance. Yeah, we have that built in as the policy. Yeah.
How many
An
of those
ACA
are-
requirement.
How many of those are the ones that are taking the cash in lieu of?
Or are those all your waivers?
Well, we get down to, no.
I would say maybe like a max of 10 or something like that. It's really not very high in those numbers,
Okay.
because there's a very small group who can take cash in lieu. That would have been the elected officials, and the appraisers. And
Right.
then the sheriff's report have a percent split.
And we're going to get,
Still costing the county a lot of money.
and sir, Commissioner Didier, later in this presentation, we'll see the numbers. I'm going to show it to you in just a few seconds. So we'll go back to this. But yeah, for your own knowledge, how are they enrolled? I don't think we've shown this before. So, so you know how things are broken up between the plans. And this is just the medical side, right? Okay. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but this is kind of graphically a way to showing it too. Here's the years of service on top. Here's the age of the employee in general. And it kind of bucketizes them in concepts like new entrants in the health plan, tenure talent, those are the type of people. I'm not going to get into the descriptions of the specific areas too much, but what you'll see is here's how the slice of the enrollment works out in terms of the type of employees that are enrolled. Okay, I'm going to come right back to this. Here's how they're currently enrolled. So the first slide was total culture in general, out of all 279 employees, how they fit in those buckets. Then's the currently enrolled culture, right? Or employee, excuse me, that's enrolled, which a lot of new entrants. We have 18 new entrants that are in the ages between 20 and 25 or less than 1 years of service. We have skilled hires, essentially, 26 to 34, less than 1 years of service. So we have a pretty good bucket of less than 1 years of service that people are enrolling. Right? Then you get to years 2 through 5 in service and what's called a transitional talent. And these are people that are now starting to engage more in their health plan, essentially. But then you get into what's called the middle group. Those are people that are either from 2 to 10 years of service and where they fall in. And you have about 60 employees enrolled in the health plan like that. And then we have what's called tenure talent, people that have at least 6 years of service or greater for Franklin County. And those represent about 55 employees enrolled. And I think where it'll make sense is when you go to the next slide about waivers. And so these are the employees that are waiving and how they were represented in each category. As you can see in the first slide, 0 to 1 years, it's a very small fraction of the population that's enrolling. Okay. 2 to 5 years, or even the 6 to 10 years, where the number starts to pick up. 13 enrolled, or 13 that are waiving, excuse me. And then when you get to the tenure talent, you have over 33 waivers that are in that category.
So your longtime employees that have been with Franklin County for 10-plus years, they likely have TRICARE retiree coverage. That's what we typically see in those tenured employees. So those are your waivers?
So that's how the waivers, and when we talk about waiver concepts and stuff, we'll come back to this. I know it's a lot of data on here, and we can spend more time talking about a persona and like what is really the tenure talent. We call it culture keepers and loyalty to benefits, but those are generalities that do apply to a lot of people in those categories. But we'll come back to this. This is the slide I really want to spend to. So after the waivers, medical plan risk to sustainability. And the word we just said here, the health plan death spiral. Okay. So, you want to take this one off the top? You want me to go?
Okay, you keep going, we'll work together.
Okay. So, what drives a health plan death spiral? And there's several factors, and Dan might come in here and pipe in a little bit here and add on to this, but some big ones. Large claims, right? We're in a period of time where we started heading down a spiral of large claims. It was creating this spiral. Loss of enrollment. Why is that important? You're not putting premiums back into the health plan. The less people that are there, the less premiums that are going in. Okay? And in this case, because of your contribution structure, it prevented you, in some ways, of making adjustments to the overall health plan, of affordability in some cases. And we're going to explore that here in just a little bit. But the loss of enrollment is the loss of health plan contributions. And then you get what's called the increased risk of adverse selection. And I don't know if you've heard of that concept before, but essentially adverse selection is employees or an employee or members, can even be family members, that are not on your health plan normally, or they decline, or for instance, and they decide to jump in on when they have a major health issue going on. Because either maybe this plan is stronger, or we have lower out-of-pocket maximums, or there's better providers, or for whatever reason. So you're not collecting the years that they're a healthy risk, and you're paying out for the years that are just coming in on the health plan for a bad risk. That can become another combination, another factor that plays into this.
Right, which is all true for Franklin County, but Franklin County has their premiums that they pay, but as Brandon said, your waivers also receive a form of contribution one way or the other, and that's the problem. So your waivers, right, should bring down the cost to Franklin County, and it's not. It's keeping your costs up. So as Brandon said, you're entering a death spiral truly because people are dropping off the Franklin County plan, going on to the TRICARE, going on to other plans, getting whatever, their easy stuff. And so you don't have the contributions coming in, but you're still paying the money out. And so that's kind of what he's focusing on here in the next two is what can we do to help Franklin County? Your costs aren't going to go down. We see that they're going down with Primera, right? We see your loss ratios are fantastic, but your waivers and your contribution models, the way they're set, isn't helping Franklin County. It's hurting, and you're feeling it. So we just need to set your contributions, maybe set your waivers, reset all of that so that Franklin County, when you have a great year with a fantastic loss ratio, you actually feel it. Right now, you're just not feeling it because of those.
Hey, Dan, is there anything you want to highlight or point out on that health plan death spiral or stuff that you've also witnessed and experienced with other counties?
Yes and no. No, you have nobody on your large claim report. So that is exceptional, and I'd rather not
talk about it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you, Dan.
Okay. Yeah, you have no large claims at the moment, and in my experience, the more we talk about it, then the likelihood goes up that you get a large claim. So I don't want to jinx that. But the death spiral here is due to one thing and one thing only from what I see, and that is you are incentivizing through VEBA contributions waivers. And I'm actually shocked that you only have 63. So as Brandon's describing, as we are incentivizing people to waive with sizable VEBA contributions, and yet every open enrollment or special enrollment, which is required by law, they can come back on the plan at a time. You saw on the persona analysis, you had 33 in your long-term tenured group that were waiving. My suspicion is that each of those people are sitting on substantial VEBA contribution balances. So I, for example, would waive under that scenario as well, and then come back on if I'm still employed with the county, if I had any major health condition myself or a family member who needed it. So it isn't happening right now, but I agree with Brandon that it's just a matter of time. And really the only debate is how many more renewals can we get through with a low loss ratio that produces a favorable renewal. And I don't know the answer to that, but my suspicion is it's not very many. Your VIBA contributions would need to change to alter the trajectory of the death spiral.
Okay, so those 63 individuals are receiving the full contribution in the form of a VIBA, and that's on the far right of that little waiver scenario. So Franklin County is paying out monthly over $100,000 for members that aren't even on your health plan.
And that, the full contribution includes, of course, the dental, the vision, the long-term disability. This breakdown right here is an analysis that Cheryl helped put together specifically on how many employees were eligible, how many are waiving, but looking at the medical contribution specifically for each bargaining unit.
So would you say that one more time?
Yep.
Would you say that one more time for my benefit? 63 are waiving, but we're paying it anyway.
Yes.
Would you
Correct.
explain that?
So yes, so each employee is entitled to a contribution. And I know you probably know the bargaining a little better than I do in regard to that part.
Maybe I can jump in.
Yeah.
So every employee, with a few exceptions, you see the 1379, get the 1690. 1568 of that goes just to medical. The rest of it covers dental, vision, long-term disability, life insurance. So out of those 63 individuals, you're really at the 100 or the 97,000 for just the medical, but yes, they get the full contribution because every employee gets the same amount.
So we're paying them cash, 104,000, 97,000, whatever the case is, yet they are not in our pool, so we are not getting the benefit of healthy people. And the motivation for taking this as cash is because you're healthy and you're unlikely to need it. So we are therefore, by putting this forward in this way, we are incentivizing the healthiest ones to not be in our pool.
And I don't want to split a hair on you, but you've actually got like 7 people who are receiving cash, but everybody else is receiving it in VIBA.
It's the same.
It's
kind of like a retirement,
thank
right?
you.
I mean, it's the same,
Thank you.
but
It's
they're
the
receiving
same.
the money
It's
for
the
it.
So
same
wait, for this
result.
analysis, I just took it all as VIBA. So I'm
Yeah.
not splitting the hairs.
The
on
only,
cash.
the only difference is the cash have to pay taxes out of it.
yeah, you're paying
The
tax on
VIBA contributions, as long as you use them for healthcare apparatuses, you don't pay taxes on it.
Correct. It's a tax,
Example.
a healthcare benefit to you in your long-term future,
So-
or a retirement asset.
So I'm not an expert in this, but I've been trying to learn. So is it accurate for me to say that likely this is the healthiest of the employees that work at the county?
Good question. Before we get into that, this actually average age, because your tenure talent makes up a big piece of it, the people that are here forever, is actually older. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's the healthiest of the
So
group.
this is primarily the tenured talent.
Yes.
Yeah, 33 of those are the
Half of them.
tenured talent. That's what showed up on the persona. So half of that is your long-term employees been here 10 plus years. They're the ones that I'm assuming are on TRICARE. They're the ones that you would, if they're on a retiree plan, aren't going to bounce back and forth, right? They have that retiree coverage. Because it's going to pay most
Or
of
a
it.
previous employee's coverage.
Or your
Or a previous
spouse,
employer. Yeah, but
Or
your
a
10-year-old.
school district.
But those that are tenured talent are
Hanford.
10 years, so they're not necessarily on a previous employer unless it's a retiree plan, because you don't have COBRA for that long,
Well,
but yeah.
I'm military,
Yep, you got it. You know that's, and we have a lot of those.
yes.
Now, the amount that we're paying out, the full contribution though, for each one of those waivers, it's roughly 20 grand a year that they're receiving. So I'd waive too. frankly.
1690 times 12.
Yeah,
So-
a little over 20
Or
grand.
1568. Because
1568,
Because they're using that
yeah.
other, most of them are using it for dental, vision. They get the long-term disability.
Okay.
That's all.
What percentage
Yeah.
of this?
Good point.
What percentage of this is our employees?
Those are all employees.
Those are
Those
all your
aren't belly
employees.
buttons.
What percentage of that is of our employees? So that's 63 out of 259?
282.
282. So
282.
that is actually 22% of your
Here's-
total workforce is waiving coverage.
Here's
Already did that
eligible to
calculation.
enroll, and that's the total number, and this is broken down by unit.
Okay.
Appraisers, collectors, elected, non-bargs, sheriffs, and then how many actually waive out of that group? That's the total number.
22%.
22%.
So 22%
Yes.
of our
Yeah.
our population is not a credit to our pool, but we're paying the
To your
full
health plan.
premium anyway.
Full premium.
My question
You're
is.
paying them that contribution. Yep.
We're paying the full contribution,
My
yes.
question is, how many other counties are doing this?
Yeah. Well,
Oh, you're the only one that we know of that pays it
Thank
that
you.
high.
that high.
That
There
high. There
are
are VIBAs,
There are
but not that high.
VIBAs. There are, most counties do have a VIBA.
Three previous commissioners that
Yeah.
got us into this all had other coverage. So they were taking it in cash.
Okay.
So,
Ones that put us into this mess. So how do we get out of it?
Well, let's go.
let's,
Should we
let's,
just move?
let's show a couple examples here. So just put a number back in your mind for that medical contribution. So for every employee, all Franklin County employees, your current, based off of, this is June data, based off of that enrollment, that's about $420,000, $964. So $421,000 in medical contributions monthly, which equate to a little over $5 million on an annual basis. Okay? So we'll come think of that number, 5 million, which I'm sure you're aware of already, you know. So,
I've
but
been through this enough.
I know Tim too. I was talking to. Too bad he couldn't be in here. Here's a scenario, and this is just a scenario. You do not have to go with this. This is just one strategy. Give you an example of how ridiculous this is right now.
This is where the dart landed to start
Okay,
the
so-
discussion. Is what it is.
Yeah. So this is hypothetical, and this includes, from this concept, if Franklin County paid 100% of the premiums for all employees enrolled on the plan.
No waivers allowed.
Right now, you do pay for employee only because you have all that excess contribution. But if it's employee child, they have a few dollars, depending on what bargaining unit they're in. If you have a spouse, you may have a little bit you pay or maybe nothing, depending what bargaining unit. And if you got family, if you have employee family coverage, you are paying, anywhere upwards around $700 a month, depending on your plan.
Yeah.
So it's a large gap. Your employee, you're sitting well. Employee family, you're not on the health plan. Okay. So looking at that, moving that out of the way, 100% of the premiums for all levels of coverage, employee only, employee spouse, employee choice, employee family. That includes for all 282 employees. And giving them a $1,200 annual VIBA benefit.
Everyone.
Everybody.
Annual, not monthly.
Not monthly, annual.
Everyone.
Everyone. Okay? All 63 waivers are must enroll. In this case, I put them as employee only. That's kind of the variable because you never know, right? They bring their spouse on. But for right now, in this example, assuming they enroll as employee only, and they would also receive that $1,200. But also, we went back and quoted, and I went back to Primera and said, give me a quote, which is not something we normally do, but I said, for the purpose of what we're doing here, back at your renewal, because we didn't roll that out, was give me a quote for a $500 deductible plan. Same plan design, same co-pays, same pharmacy benefits, same everything else as your $1,000 plan that you have on right now.
Stronger.
That's your richest plan. People buy up to. But give me a $500 deductible. Everything else is the same. So it's like for as close as apples to apples I can give you, besides just a lower deductible. If we did that, no waivers allowed, so it means everybody's receiving that $1,200 annual benefit. What would be the cost? So that's $282 to plan the plan. Here's your total monthly cost for the $1,000, and here's the total monthly cost for the for the $500 deductible plan. You add it up, monthly contributions, what's that annually, and your VIBA contribution, and you come down to a total cost of over $4 million or $4.5 million. What was that number I told you before?
5.
5.
So this gives across the board far better coverage. Everybody gets an equivalent $1,200 VIBA benefit. And in the case of a Primera 1000, which today is our premium coverage, if that went to everybody, it reduces our expense by 20% or $1 million.
Yes. And my point on this, and this is just an example, there's some things in here right now I wouldn't even recommend to you. Okay. specifically and not requiring any employee to pay some contribution outside of employee only. But we're going to make it way more affordable. And I'm going to show you an example too here, what you can do. The big thing is, speaking is, yes, with all those funds that are going in right now, you could take that step, offer a better plan for all employees, cover all their premiums. Doesn't matter if you're an employee family, employee child. I'm talking about no matter how they're elected on this setup right here, and you're still saving.
But as Brandon said, what we do know, though, is this is non-contrib. He's just showing this as an example. Nobody pays anything.
Yep.
We can guarantee, though, we'll have a lot more family members join this. You'll have spouses that join it, because even if they have coverage elsewhere, it's free, right? So why not have the dual coverage? So that's why Brandon's like.
Or they do. They have good health coverage. Like my spouse works at the school district. And Seb, I should say, has a very rich plan. So maybe I don't want to be on this plan. But you're going to force them to enroll on the plan anyways. Not necessarily the greatest thing in the world at the end of the day, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is you may pick up more dependents. The employees, he's got it all on employees. What we don't know is what's
Sure.
the effect on the
Of the
dependents, the
waivers.
family,
Yep.
not just the waivers, the active ones. Right here, you could have employees just covering their kids, right, and not their spouse or
Yep.
spouse and kids.
Yep.
But if they have coverage elsewhere and if it's free for Franklin County, they're gonna enroll on here too. So that's why Brandon was saying, this is a great summary. Look, we can save you at least $500,000 right off the top. Easy by just doing this, making better benefit for all your employees. But that doesn't help Franklin County, and it'll continue your death spiral because you're gonna get a lot more people come on the plan. We don't know the risk that we're gonna bring on. So that's why he's saying we do need some sort of a contribution amount so that there is something they have to pay. So if I have to pay $20 to cover my spouse and they have coverage elsewhere, well, I'm gonna save my $20. So that's kind of
So-
his thought process on that.
So on this right here, so this right here is the most expensive component.
Yes.
Do you have any idea, projection or what? So this, the employee only this is what their expense is. This is 3 times that, so that's $1,200 more. Do you have a projection of, or if you've ever done this, of what increased that might bring in? Any ideas there?
We don't know how many people will enroll family. I mean, we're just taking a snapshot what you have now, adding your waivers as all single and assuming nobody makes any benefit changes or enrollment changes on their family members. Dan is a CPA. Do you have anything that you know of? Like if we increase this to everybody, is there some sort of increase that you would expect that you can think of?
You would pick up dependents, and because you're fully insured, Brandon's correct, then you're paying a premium for secondary coverage on people that don't want it and don't need it. This would also force you into a self-funded arrangement where you're not paying a premium, you're only paying the fixed expenses and claims. But if the question is, how many new enrollees will you get for dependents? Based on experience, best guess, closest to this, because the disruption is number one, the CBAs, you're going to have to pass through the CBAs to be able to reduce or eliminate the VIBA contributions as they are. When you do that in the first year, the disruption tells me that you're not going to have a whole lot of new dependents come onto the plan. At most, it'll be 15 to 20% added to each of those tiered categories, spouse, children only, or family. It's in the second and the third year that the real enrollment would show up. And it still isn't going to be more than adding 30 to 35% of what your current enrollment is. So significant, but it's not going to double.
So I appreciate that answer. So with the idea that you had of there being some type of contribution, if you reduced the employee family contribution by 50%, it's still a significant expense. In this case, it would go from $1,200 additional down to $600 additional. That's still a significant expense. Do you have any idea? This number would then reduce even further by doing that, correct?
You mean by putting in a contribution?
Correct.
Yes.
So if these people
Yes.
reduce their current contributions 50%, this number right here would likely significantly reduce again.
Correct, because we don't know how many of the employee family, you know, because they have the full VIBA amount, how would that all divvies out? But for the most part, I would think the employee family, under Brandon's scenario, the $500 plan, would actually, I think that premium would actually go down for them. Because right now, they're paying most of the premium, because the VIBA, or the contribution is, the allowed amount, right, that they have to elect, isn't going to cover much of that 2,400. It's only gonna cover what the first.
Let's come back to this. Let me show you the next slide, which actually threw in some contribution, because my mindset was behind this too. I spent some time, of course, with Margot and Mike before, and prior discussions. We did look at some benchmarking and just trying to think of competitiveness, and specifically when you're competing, you know, with other employers in the private marketplace and public place, and making sure we were in line with competitiveness with that as well. But given that, here's an example. Let's back up on this one. It's a little bit of a change. I know it's labeled AA. AA means just because that's the bullet point. We're changing the medical plan design and contribution structure. But this is the second one. Hypothetical example again. 100% of the premiums being covered for just employee only. So if you work for Franklin County, you get your insurance covered, right, if you want it, 100%. Okay? Based off of, again, same quotes, same rates, Primera 1,000 and 5,000. But all 219 employers receive an $1,200 annual VIBA contribution, so they still receive the $1,200, covering that deductible at least, or something that came up that year. Not they bank it and move it on for the next year. Medical waivers, though, are allowed. And again, we want to avoid this scenario where people are getting double covered or just enrolling for the purposes of enrolling. And with those scenarios where you're driving costs on the plan because you're paying for that premium. But medical waivers are allowed. Again, same deductible, lower deductible. But medical waivers do not receive the full medical contribution. They do not receive the full med, so they're not receiving that, whatever it's 1,200 or 1,500, whatever unit they're in. But they would receive a $3,600 annual VIBA benefit.
About $300 a month.
About $300 a month. $3,600. So you're still
So that's $300 a month, whereas the normal contribution is roughly $800 a month.
Into the VIBA.
Into
They
the
would put the
VIBA. Into the
300,
VIBA.
so they waive the coverage, they would receive $300 a month into their VIBA.
Because in a full
Or cash if that's the situation, whatever, based on their unit.
It'd actually be 300 versus
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, so there's quite a
clarify that.
savings.
So the if you're waiving right now and you say you have TRICARE or something like that, another coverage elsewhere, it's free to you. Yeah, you're taking 20,000 and put it in your VIBA if you're not taking cash, right? So.
Right.
But it's going around 20 grand is going in there.
So this is dropping those from 20 to the 3,600. So we're dropping everyone about 16,400.
But the idea is, and I don't get lost in this, is that like this is a major change, right? For a lot of people. Like you're gonna have pitchforks on your doorstep, right? And we've seen it. We've tried to bring this up and we get stymied every time about it. And we have been talking about this for quite some time. Like we've understood this has been unsustainable. Absolutely unsustainable, right? And the heat that it's brought on the county, beyond that, and the amount of conflict between people. I help run the committee meetings, and I've got members out of each unit. You know, some are benefiting well from it, come in there and give me earfuls outside the door about, you know, hey, this is important to me because this is a retirement vehicle for me. The problem is we're doing it off the health plan. I mean, if you're going to do that, do it in your cost of living.
We're incentivizing healthy people to leave our pool.
Yes.
And
yeah, if you got Calvert House, sorry to cut you off.
Which is, I mean, it makes our pool
yes.
not as healthy, which therefore makes our premiums rise, and we're incentivizing those that are not.
In the case, though, I have somebody that does have health insurance somewhere else, and maybe they're dealing with lupus or something significant, it's chronic, ongoing. And we're talking about, you know, prescription drug refills in the 10+ range every month. I don't know what that person on the health plan, if we don't have to, you know, if they've got coverage somewhere else, and then you still give them a $3,600
That's why I allow the waivers. Allow those that have the retiree plan. They're like, yeah, I still have this coverage. I don't need that. It's better.
I'm just putting an example up here. Well, if that number goes up or down, or however you want to do it with you, again, that I just want to say it can be done, right? We're in a position where claims are operating, you know, decently right now, right? Claims performance on the health plan. You have the funds that you've already put up there. It'd be different if we're coming from a deficit and trying to make these type of changes. But by restructuring the structure of the plan, you can make this plan more affordable for people that have family coverage and people that you want to attract and retain for the longevity of the county. And I'm going to go back to the persona analysis. You saw how many are coming in there right now. They're going to be having families. Now you have got affordable coverage for them, so they don't necessarily feel like they got to go somewhere else.
So how
Because
do we
right now they're paying substantial to have coverage on the plan, even with that full contribution you're giving them. Sorry. Excuse me.
How do we sell this to the CBAs for the CBAs? I mean, you know what we're dealing with here in the court.
We lose Dan?
Oh, shoot. Oh, Dan, no, he's still on. He just has his camera off. Dan, how do we sell this, or how do we help Franklin County with the CBAs?
By bringing them around to your side of the table. In essence,
Forcefully?
one way that
I've been in those meetings. Oh, my God.
no. Number one, it doesn't happen overnight. And the most success that I've seen where you are able to make substantial changes like this, they have to be brought into the decision-making process. And that requires time and full disclosure. That one way to look at this is that the VEBA contributions are in essence wage. The tax ramifications are different, but it is money that the county doesn't have to spend on taxable wages, for example. It doesn't have the ability to fund other things. So from the perspective of the CBAs, the first reaction is, no, you can't take anything away. And we have to show them that we're not taking it away, we're spending it differently. And we're going to spend it on a health plan that's more attractive to your new hires, and it helps retain people. You're going to have more positive from your younger people by offering a $500 deductible. And you're also going to flood your HSA program with new enrollment, where under the current structure, that high of a VEBA contribution, there's no incentive to use the HSA, for example. All of those things need to be explained to the bargaining units in a way that it makes them feel as if they're participating in changing where the money goes as opposed to just pulling it all off the table. And that does take time.
So,
You just sigh.
so,
Trying to do this for 6 years.
so our VEBA contributions in the last 4 years, I believe, have risen about 88%. Is that, do you have a way of confirming or
We can figure that out off the top of my head.
knowing what that is?
But I do know we had 2 uplifts.
In 2022, it was 300 and something a person, and then in 2023, it was a 23%. Again, it was 300 and something. 100 per person.
Increase over 2 years.
Preceded by many years of no increases.
Yeah, it was like 6-7 years.
So it just stacked up in the timing of it with the health plan going sideways a bit, right? With those large claims that we had and the large increases on the renewal. Yeah, we were forced to do something different. The problem is, yeah, you pay for that, right? At the end of the day, as you all know.
Yeah, that
Well, and
$600
again,
increase. Yeah, that was.
if we don't do anything, your health plan spend is going to go up, and that just puts more pressure on you and the CBAs to fund it with higher VEBA contributions. So that's part of the death cycle. And because of the history and the way that Brandon's presented it here, that needs to be shown to the bargaining units as well, because it does affect them. They're not going to be able to bargain in good faith for wage increases as long as the VEBA is sucking up that much money. And I would also like to know how many of those 33 tenured people, what's the average balance, the VEBA balance that they have? My guess is
200,000 at
it's-
least. Well, no, because it hasn't been that much every year.
There's
No, it's
one-
accumulative. They're still use it or
I've
lose it. So
heard
there
numbers,
could be
but I'm just
specific-
speaking out of my.
There's
brain.
one person that's working in the courthouse that has, I believe, Margot, 400,000.
In their VEBA?
I heard like 300,000. Did I send
Yeah.
you all of
Mike
the-
had that information. I think it was 300,000.
The average number or something.
The average is
Over 100?
It's high.
So
Accumulating.
So at that rate, there's a penalty for, there's a tax penalty for using the funds on non-medical
Right.
or Medicare premium expenses. But at those levels, that's 1,680 or 1,500 a month, and if I've got 100,000 balance in it, I don't care. That's ordinary income to me now. So
And it's
once
being,
those balances are achieved, their financial incentive to allow the county to redirect the funds is not as draconian as it might sound. It's the people that are accumulating that are going to have the issue with it. But it can be done. All I'm suggesting is that in my experience, it's very difficult to do all in one fell swoop in the first year that you make the decision as commissioners. You're going to stair step it. We're going to have to develop a program that moves at the rate that the bargaining units are going to be on board with. And we do have experience doing that.
because we do have some people, you know, they're using it for the luxuries of life. They get a doctor's note, they put it in a swimming pool. It's tax-free.
Wouldn't you?
No, that's human nature. Joe Gibbs talked about this all the time. It's human nature. If you can get it, you'll take it. And these previous commissioners allowed this to happen, and it's a travesty to Franklin County because it is hurting the people that work in this courthouse for a great medical plan. They don't have it because of it.
It's unfortunate because you do have a fantastic plan.
Well, it is. I mean, it could be
Yeah,
better.
It could be. It
A lot
absolutely
better.
could be. And you've seen the renewal history that Brandon showed you. I mean, the carriers they're on to you, right?
Well-
They're giving you the 30-40% increases up front and then going, okay, fine, and settling.
And you're showing us the spiral that we're in. This is unavoidable if we don't change course.
It is, absolutely. That's why we're here. And how can we help you? Or what can we do to help you? What this is for.
This was a little eye-opening, and that was the intention of it.
My eyes been open for 6 years. When they did it, I was against it. And I was just a patron of Franklin County. The corruption, the greed, the selfishness. I think we have a board of commissioners now that are willing to do the right thing if we can get the CBAs to see this and know that it's just not about them, it's about the other individuals that work in this courthouse.
Any questions on this analysis just put together? Okay.
We just need help on the CBAs. That's the key. Because we, as these people that come up for election, we can take it away from them. And I want to get a resolution done to do that. We got to pay them out for their term, but after their term is up, I want it stopped. Got to get this done.
When you have the ability to do it on the non-bargs, right? At the end of the year if you need to, too, yeah. But I think it's like Dan said, I think he's really trying to highlight that stepped approach with it.
Yeah.
And you need is communication's important, understanding why, letting some of the, feelings of the history go and say, hey, I mean, this is about now and the future. If we don't navigate it now, it's going to be too late before we can't navigate anything. And then you'll be eventually talking about maybe going to PEB or breaking up all the bargaining units and getting on their own. And I mean, just talk about some challenges down the road with that. Yeah.
Now, this is one thing I'd like to get done, and I got 2 years left. I'm term limited myself out of this, so in 2 years, I'd like to have this done.
Yes, sir.
So on those, continuing forward just to close this up, on those opportunities, again, we've talked about a lot of this. Employee contribution structure is really number one, but that is specifically changing the approach so it's for sustainable health of the health plan. Redirecting excess contributions to improving medical plan design and affordability of all tiers of coverage, so there's not so much disparity, as we talked about. A VIBA restructure from that instance. Our recommendations are making it a benefit in itself. And then considering separating out the VIBA contribution as its own benefit. Yeah, it's the same point. The big thing we're not talking about today as well, and it's for maybe another day in discussion down the road, is to continue to evaluate the feasibility of self-funding options for the county. We have a lot of experience on this
You
team.
should be self-funded. You have almost 300 employees. There's no reason you're not self-funded other than being able to handle the volatility of the claims and also control the large number of your waivers
Right.
and financing of the plan. Our goal really is to help you move forward strategically with the ultimate goal of self-funding you.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone should be at some point. And you can do that with Premier, or you can do that unbundled, meaning with a third-party administrator, and we piece all the parts together for you instead of having Primera do it. But that is the ultimate goal. But to get there, though, we do need to correct, stop the death spiral, get control of it, get control of your renewal rates so that they're giving us trend increases, not this, we want you, we don't want you increases, because that's what we're seeing based on your large claims. And your claims are doing the same dang thing, so we just need to settle it down, and I think we can do that. And then move you to self-funded. When you're self-funded, though, then we can start the discussion of on-site or near-site clinics. When you have an on-site or near-site clinics, that's when your medical care moves from retail pricing to wholesale pricing. And if we can get you there, that's where we can be a huge success. But that is our goal, to get it not on-site, it'd be a near-site, since Franklin County is so huge. To put in a clinic, though, again, this is 5 years down the road, 5 years down the road. We do need other counties or municipalities to join forces. So we have enough belly buttons to access the clinic to make it cost-effective. We get enough self-funded like clients, like other municipalities, in working together in this clinic. We can add lots of hours. And as I said, the cost of the health plan goes from retail to wholesale, meaning your labs go from $140 to $220 down to $11. That's how you save your money. So that's our ultimate goal. So that's where we're trying to get you strategically. And so that's why.
And there's savings with longevity of health as well, right? People are getting access to care much quicker, much sooner.
You can put wellness programs
More
in.
frequency.
There's a cost to wellness programs, but you would reap the benefit because it's your wellness program. Everyone's getting better, right? Well, you're paying less claims out then. Right now, if you put a wellness program in, your premiums aren't going to go down, your loss ratio is, and Premier is just going to maintain more of the money. So we need to get you self-funded, and then we can start layering some of those things in and make your health plan super exciting.
So
That's our goal.
on your thing of putting in a clinic, is that something that you go contract, that we would contract with our local provider, or we put in our own, or?
You would put in your own, and we would help you do it. And we have experience putting clinics in. So City of Yakima, as an instance, they have their own on-site, near-site clinic that we put in 2012. Initially, we put it in tied to a local hospital because we needed the providers. That does not work, right? We don't want that because all they're going to do is drive all the people right back into the hospital system. So no. So we actually work with a company, hires the physicians directly. The physicians are paid, their salary is paid for would be by the county, and they do their work. They send all their referrals out to the general, medical public, just like community, just like everyone else. They're not driven to send it back into your own hospital. So you don't want to tie it to a hospital directly. But we do need more bodies to open up an own
That's
clinic.
why the shared partner concept and something that we are going to be more active on, and would love help and support of that, if encouragement or any
And so
introductions if needed, yes.
Here in Franklin County, that might look like what? Franklin County, the city of Pasco.
They're all on our radar, including large employers. If a large employer is okay in sharing a clinic with the municipality, that's fine. The problem is many municipalities don't want to share with individual employers. They'd rather share with the municipality, because you have sheriffs and police. They like to,
What does Benton County have?
they don't have a clinic.
We ought to put it together. We're bi-county on a lot of other stuff.
So I'm
they need to be on
totally in
self-funded
favor
too,
of all
I
of
think
this.
Dan's going to jump in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally in favor of this. The clinic is the reason our larger counties and cities who are self-funded have beaten the cost trend curve substantially. It's also a recruitment and a retention tool. It is as fabulous as what we're saying. However, you cannot do it, not just because you're not self-funded, but because you are incentivizing waivers.
Yes.
So we have to solve the VIVA issue first before a clinic is not going to ride in on the white horse and save us.
No.
We've got to stop the incentivization of the waivers first, then consider self-funding. And quite frankly, Brandon, your 6.3 over 7 years, that matches pretty close to what we'd be doing under self-funding. So we've been pounding the fully insured premium down with the threat of self-funding for 7 years. We know how to do that. But we have to solve the waiver issue first.
Yes.
That's number one. Clinics aren't even on the table until that is solved.
And Margot, isn't Wes Harris, isn't this what he's talking about as self-funded?
No, he's talking about the ICRA program.
The what program?
ICRA?
ICRA.
What is that?
Dan, would you like to talk about ICRAs from a CPA?
I don't mean to laugh. We did a quote for you guys.
Point of
on
view?
that, yes.
Oh, okay.
Dan's pretty good at
So
this.
ICRA is an individual, basically a individual healthcare plan that's strung together to look like a group. They can be very effective in certain industries. We see a lot of it in hospitality. We see a lot of it in ag here locally, where the employers really don't want to offer a group plan at all. So they offer a contribution, much like you're doing with the VIBA. You're offering a contribution and hope they enroll for your health plan. So an ICRA is just an acronym that came into play. It's been around for 6 years now, and it's penetrated about 5% of the employer market, and again, concentrated in those industries. It would be a avenue of last resort for a county such as you. It might be more attractive if you were even smaller and had no chance to self-fund whatsoever. But in essence, it's a level contribution. It can be graded out by tiers, or it can be bargained. And then those individuals take that contribution and they go to the state health exchange in the state that they live and purchase an individual policy. So it is something to pay attention to, but if it's coming at you as a recommendation from somebody else, it's from somebody else who is not a county or a city themselves.
Does that help? The ICRAs?
Still would like to hear his presentation.
Oh,
Just to
absolutely.
understand it more, because as a farmer, I might need to use it for employees.
Absolutely, but we don't recommend it for Franklin County.
Okay.
For the reasons
For
that.
a farmer, it could make very good sense, particularly if you have more than 50 FTEs,
Full-time
which
employees?
triggers the ACA requirement, correct?
I wish I was that big, but I'm not that big a farmer.
Do you really wish you were
Well,
that big?
No.
Yeah, that my advice to you is don't touch healthcare at all.
I think last time I called, you were switching out lines, I think a while back, but. You may have
We
to do
got
that
a
anymore.
Board of Health meeting that
Yep, I see
Commissioner
you're
Mullen and I got to get to.
ready to go. Are there any last questions that you have for us?
Just help us get out of this.
All right.
I would request that you guys work closely together, and you've kind of heard some of our questions and thoughts today, and come back with a little bit more narrowly focused ideas, or meet with us. And I think, like Commissioner Didier said, that we need to address this, and we're on a curve that we cannot sustain, and we need to address it sooner rather than later.
Well, you've seen our ideas, so these are, we've got it, one at 100% paid by Franklin County, one that needs contributions. It's just a matter of Franklin County, or you letting us know, giving us some guidance, and then we can continue going. I mean.
All right, thank you.
As these CBEs are coming up, we've got to address them now in the bargaining.
Is anyone in the room for public comment? Hearing none? No other business. This meeting is adjourned.
That was
Thank you.
fast. That's how I like
Thank you.
to chair my
Thank you.
meetings.
Thank you.